Chapter 1256. The alarm of the guardian planet's castle rang loudly. In order to prevent people from sneaking in, the castle had an extremely powerful scanning array that constantly scanned the situation in space. If one wanted to enter or leave the borders of the great world of God, they would have to pass through the guardian planet. Normally speaking, if ordinary stowaways were detected, the energy avatars of the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight would fly into space to deal with the stowaways. Anyone who dared to sneak in would be killed without a trial. But today's alarm was to inform the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight that there were two rank 5 powerhouses approaching the Guardian planet without prior notice. Without any hesitation, the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight both flashed out of the castle. As they soared into space, they put on their rank 5 knight armors. Morley also heard the alarm. Without David's control, he still had to listen to David's orders. The order David gave to Morley was to listen to Chairman Gould's orders. Chairman Gould arranged for Morley to go to the Guardian planet in order to seal off the space around the Guardian planet. Of course, Morley was still a lord in the end, and his strength had reached the legend rank. Naturally, it was impossible to trouble him with everything. Usually, the matters were handled by the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight. Only when the two Temple Knights couldn't handle it would Morley take action. Morley's figure flashed. His intuition told him that the two enemies coming this time were stronger than the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight. This was the time for him to take action. Morley's speed wasn't fast. He restrained his aura and followed behind the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight from a distance. In space, Bishop Kingsley and Bishop Aldous didn't sense the existence of legend rank Lord Morley. In terms of strength, the gap between them was too big. Emily was a legend-ranked overlord, even amongst the legend ranks of a deity world. He was a legend-ranked overlord who had mastered the Black Dragon Force laws. The Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight flew into space and saw two strange rank 5 powerhouses. Almost immediately, they recognized the identity of the two rank 5 bishop. The main reason was that Kingsley and Aldous had lived for too long. Even if they reduced the number of times they took action, they were still extremely famous in the great world of God. The Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight looked at each other. When they recognized the two rank 5 bishops, they knew that they were no match for them. They didn't care about the fake aura that Kingsley and Aldous deliberately leaked out. The two rank 5 bishops had lived for over 1,000 years in the great world of God. There was no need to talk about their strength. They were definitely stronger than the two ordinary Temple Knight. Release your energy avatars and ask for help, the Dexter Temple Knight said in a deep voice. The two energy avatars flew out from their bodies, but it was already too late. Kingsley and Aldous had already set up a trap before the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight arrived. Around the two rank 5 bishops and the two rank 5 Temple Knights, traces of red mist rose up and enveloped the entire battlefield. As soon as the two energy avatars approached the red mist, it emitted an extremely strong hallucinatory aura that made the two energy avatars feel dizzy. This was before they even came into contact with the red mist. If they really did come into contact with it, the energy avatars wouldn't even last a breath before losing control. The energy avatars were originally only at the peak of rank 4, but they were extremely fast. In a battle against a rank 5 knight, the energy avatars didn't have much fighting power. Now we can finally fight with all our strength. Once we kill you, no one will know we were here. Kingsley's yin and yang voice was transmitted to the ears of the two rank 5 Temple Knights. Kingsley couldn't wait any longer. In order to attract the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight, he and Aldous had to control their aura so that it was within the range of the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight. If the aura was too weak, it would only attract the avatars of the two Temple Knights. If the aura was too strong, the two Temple Knights would immediately call for help. Aldous didn't say anything, but the blood mist he controlled was turning into a sea of blood. The aura of blood and evil covered the entire battlefield. At this moment, a figure passed through the red mist outside the battlefield and brought the two energy avatars away from the hallucinatory aura. They were sent to the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight. Lord Morley! The Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight bowed in surprise when they saw the legendary Lord Morley. When Bishop Kingsley and Bishop Aldous saw the sudden appearance of a strong person, they knew that the other party was extremely powerful just by looking at how he ignored their traps. When they heard the greetings of the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight, how could they not know who it was? Lord Morley, we didn't know you were here. We will retreat immediately. Aldous hurriedly withdrew the sea of blood and loudly begged for mercy. I'm sorry, Lord Morley. Kingsley's voice turned into a female's due to the shock. Not to mention Morley's identity as a legendary knight, just the fact that he was the subordinate of demigod Arthur meant that no one in the great world of God dared to provoke him. The news about the God of Storm was very widespread in the God's Dusk organization. The followers of the God of Storm were holding a sacrifice in the territory of demigod Arthur, but demigod Arthur came knocking on their door and directly destroyed the last shrines of the God of Storm. Recently, the God of Storm could only recruit followers through the statue in the God's Dusk. It could be said that the faith of the God of Storm was almost cut off. After that, the demigod Arthur was recognized by the God of War and the other four gods. At the same time, the appearance of the black dragon Alexis also raised the status of the demigod Arthur. All of this made the level 5 bishops of the God's Dusk, who were already extremely afraid of the demigod Arthur, tremble in fear at the mere mention of his name. In the past few years, all of the level 5 bishops that died were killed by the demigod Arthur. To the level 5 bishops, the demigod Arthur was even more terrifying than the shrines. Morley didn't speak. Instead, his aura increased, and a terrifying legendary aura spread throughout space. Kingsley, who was already prepared, immediately fled in the opposite direction. At the same time, his figure slowly faded into nothingness. As a legend rank lord, Morley's speed was even faster. Before the Bishop of Kingsley completely disappeared, the demigod rank longsword in his hand swept across and beheaded him. Then, he turned around and chased after the level 5 Bishop Aldous. The level 5 Bishop Aldous screamed. His body instantly collapsed and turned into countless balls of blood that scattered and flew towards the Guardian planet. This was a secret technique. At the cost of losing most of his strength, he could disintegrate his body into hundreds of parts. Each part would turn into blood, and each ball of blood would contain his spirit. As long as a ball of blood escaped, the level 5 Bishop Aldous could use a pre-prepared ritual to enter another body. The price of this secret technique was very high. Even if he succeeded in reviving, it would be very difficult for him to return to level 5 through cultivation. The level 5 Bishop Aldous was ruthless enough. In order to survive, he chose to use this secret technique. He didn't want to fight with Morley at all. Who didn't know that all of the legendary subordinates of the demigod Arthur had the talent of swordsmanship? They were all invincible existences of the same rank. With the power of a level 5 bishop, fighting with Morley, who was invincible among the same rank, was like hitting a rock with an egg. The legend rank Lord Morley sped up again, and the demigod rank longsword in his hand flashed with the energy of the Black Dragon Force Law. In order to carry out Chairman Gould's orders, Morley, a legend rank lord, displayed his current strongest power. A sword light containing the power of the law shot out, and the balls of blood that were flying towards the Guardian planet all stopped. The Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight were not fast enough, so they could only follow the legend's step Lord Morley from a distance. They only felt a burst of coldness from their whole body, as if a great terror was about to descend, making them almost lose their minds. Fortunately, Morley's target was not them, so they felt the least pressure. The one who felt the real terror was Bishop Aldous. He sensed the aura of death. Wherever the sword light with the power of the law passed, all the balls of blood were directly destroyed. Even the balls of blood that were slightly further away were affected by the power of the law and collapsed again. However, after this collapse, the balls of blood no longer had any spirit. The blood lost its vitality and was frozen into red ice shards by the cold of space. The legend rank Lord Emortal waved his hand and summoned a spatial ring from a pile of red ice shards. As for Bishop Aldous, even if he had the secret divine skill of the blood god, he would not be able to survive in this situation. Lord Morley, this is the corpse of a 5th-rank evil god follower of Kingsley. I'll leave it to you, the Dexter Temple Knight said as he handed over the corpse of Bishop Kingsley. Morley, a legend-rank lord, adhered to David's principles. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the valuable items on Kingsley's body. After doing this, he did not speak to the two knight and turned into a shadow and returned to the Guardian planet. The Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight looked at each other helplessly. When they first met Legend Lord Morley, they had already seen the character of Legend Lord Morley. Morley did not like to talk, and the only thing he usually did was train. Let's go. Hand over the corpse of the 5th-rank evil god follower of Kingsley as well as the news of the death of Bishop Aldous. Although Lord Morley doesn't care, these two merits should be his. The Dexter Temple Knight said. Bishop Kingsley and Bishop Aldous had been wanted by the 5 shrines for many years, and the rewards were not small. If they handed over the corpse of Bishop Kingsley, the rewards would be even higher. When the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight turned to return to the Guardian planet, they did not notice that an ordinary starship was heading towards the border of the great world of God. Although Bishop Kingsley and Bishop Aldous had fallen, they had completed the mission given to them by their God. At the same time, since it was not David who killed them, their souls returned to the God's small world. After the starship passed through the border of the great world of God, it followed the normal course and flew towards the Warstar. At this time, the Warstar was empty, so the starship slowly descended. The great noble who had received benefits from the evil god followers probably did not know what these goods were. If they knew, it was hard to say if they would still dare to help the evil god followers. The chaotic great world of God had nothing to do with David. His main body was in the insectoid world, and with no one to disturb him, his cultivation speed was also very fast. With the unlimited supply of fey red wine and fey fruits every day, David's cultivation energy was sufficient. A year had passed. In the underground space of the demigod golden-winged Beetle King's avatar, David was in his personal cultivation room. David put a fruit into his mouth. This was a fruit he had picked from the spirit tree that the spirit patriarch Sai had grown in his soul space. The spirit patriarch Sai's spirit tree had the least amount of fruit in the entire spirit race. It would only produce 1 fruit every month. David had not noticed this before. In his eyes, there was no difference between all the spirit fruits. However, after David consumed a fey fruit from Elder Ao and Elder Lay's spirit tree, he discovered that it contained much more energy than other fey fruits from other spirit trees. After this discovery, he began to pay attention to the spirit tree of the spirit tribe's patriarch competition. In the past, he had thought that it was because patriarch competition had to manage the spirit tribe and had no time to spare, so the spirit tree was left with only a few spirit fruits. Only now did he know that it was because the quality of these spirit fruits could not be compared to all the other spirit fruits that the spirit race had grown. During the 1 year of seclusion, David had only eaten a spirit fruit cultivated by the spirit tribe's patriarch Sai at the very beginning. After that, he could not bear to waste it. Today, David was not stingy at all because his cultivation had reached a critical moment. He needed a large amount of energy to transform the last part of his body, his heart, in one go. During this year, he had successfully transformed the rest of his body into a demigod body. Even the most dangerous part, his brain, had been transformed. Chapter 12:57. As the spirit fruit cultivated by Sai entered David's stomach, a gentle yet powerful energy rose in his body. The reason why David's heart was modified last was because his heart was not an ordinary heart. His heart had already been modified once. That was when the black dragon Alexis had used the heart of God to fuse with his heart, allowing his heart to have a part of a god's abilities ahead of time. But now, this heart with a part of a god's abilities could no longer keep up with David's speed of improvement. In comparison, David's demigod body was much stronger than his heart, which had a part of a god's abilities. This was mainly because his demigod body was too monstrous. The destruction law, which was formed by the fusion of the strength law and the speed law, had the ability of two basic laws, and had more than two basic laws to form an even more powerful ability. This made the demigod body, which was formed by the destruction law, surpass the divine body of an ordinary god to a certain extent. This was the benefit of having a good foundation. If David had focused on the black dragon's strength law or had chosen other laws, he might have been able to reach the deity level earlier. However, his strength would not be comparable to his current demigod body. The destruction law poured into his heart and covered the energy of the heart of God. His heart temporarily stopped working. This process was very dangerous. If there was even the slightest problem during the modification process, his life would be in danger. After the heart stopped, the body's vitality would rapidly weaken. If this went on for too long, his life would also be in danger. But David did not have this problem. From his bones, traces of indestructible vitality flowed into the demigod body, keeping the demigod body's vitality at its best. Perhaps it was because the heart had been modified by the heart of God, but this demigod modification of the heart lasted for a very long time. David stopped breathing, and his heart stopped beating. After a whole day, if he had not used his mind to grab some spirit fruits from time to replenish his body's energy, one would have thought that he had died. The black dragon Alexis was also extremely nervous as it watched from the side. David's cultivation this time was too important. As long as David completed the transformation of his demigod body and became a complete demigod, it would mean that it would not be difficult for David to become a god in the future. All he needed to do was to increase the proportion of energy in his demigod body, and he would be able to become a god. To a certain extent, it seemed extremely simple to cultivate and become a deity, but this simplicity was built on a solid foundation. The reason why many demigods were unable to ascend to the god level was due to their unstable foundation. It was not that these demigods did not want a stable foundation, but once they pursued a stable foundation, there was a high possibility that they would not even be able to become a demigod in their lifetime, let alone a god. It could be said that the black dragon Alexis and David were bound together for good or ill. The energy extracted from the law of strength and the law of speed fused together to form the law of destruction energy. The law of destruction energy was injected into the heart. Given the size of the heart, only a small portion could be injected at a time. However, the heart could not be transformed separately. It could only be reactivated after the complete transformation. David kept repeating this process. If the law of strength and law of speed were exhausted, he would replenish it with fey fruits. Although his blood had not flowed for a day, David's mind was still extremely clear-headed with the support of the indestructible life force. David did not have an inheritance, and his bloodline did not have the experience passed down by his ancestors. He did not know how other demigods went through this process. In fact, almost no demigod would need to stop the heart for such a long time. Demigods would also find targeted natural treasures to assist in the transformation before transforming the heart. Perhaps only a god-level life form like the black dragon Alexis did not need any natural treasures. The giant dragon's tough body could forcibly support the transformation process. David should have been considered a black dragon, but he did not practice the black dragon power law, which made his cultivation more difficult than any other black dragon. The last law of destruction energy was injected into the heart, and his entire heart was transformed by the law of destruction energy. David did not need to do anything, and the demigod's heart beat. This beat, in David's perception, was as violent as a war drum. A stream of golden flame-like divine blood was pumped out by the demigod's heart, and at the same time, the previously pale golden blood was absorbed into the heart. The demigod's heart beat very slowly, almost taking a minute to beat once. However, this time, it could swallow and spit out a small portion of the blood in the body. David sensed that his whole body had come alive. If the previous demigod body was a one-time weapon, although it was powerful, it could not last. Now, with the support of the golden flame-like divine blood, the demigod body had an endless supply of power. Until now, David could be considered a true demigod, and he could continuously use his demigod power. David reached out his hand, mobilized the law of destruction energy, and squeezed hard. There was an explosion in space, and when he let go, a small space crack appeared in his palm. Black Dragon Alexis hurriedly used the Black Dragon power to cover David's body, so as not to affect other parts of the underground space. "My lord, is this the power of the law of destruction?" Black Dragon Alexis asked in surprise. Black Dragon Alexis had long been used to David's uniqueness and magic, but what happened in front of him still shocked him. Breaking space was the patent of the gods, and only the gods could achieve this kind of attack power. Even Black Dragon Alexis needed to use the sharpest dragon claws to tear space. But what did David just do? He just squeezed his fist hard, and a space crack appeared in his palm. Although the space crack was very small, breaking space was still breaking space. "I feel like I can break everything." David did not try to attack again, and he said in a low voice, "My lord, you'd better hide some of your strength," Black Dragon Alexis reminded. "If you reveal the power of the law of destruction, I'm afraid that the god of war will be afraid of your growth, and break the holy text agreement to attack you." Black Dragon Alexis's suggestion was also helpless. David's attack power was indeed very strong, but David was still only a demigod, and David's defense was still too weak. Without forming a divine body that was 100% energized, it was impossible to rely on the demigod body to fight against the gods. The divine body of the gods was normally 100 or 200 meters tall, and the reason why the demigod body was called that was because half of the body of the demigod was still an ordinary life form. A demigod could only maintain their original size, like David could only fight against a god that was 100 or 200 meters tall with a height of 2 meters. No matter how strong his attack power was, it would at most hurt the god's body a little. As long as the god attacked David, David would die. The key was that no matter if it was a god or a god, they could use large-scale attacks. Although large-scale attacks would weaken the attack power, it was enough to deal with a demigod. If the god of war and the other gods saw David's real attack power, they would definitely not let David grow. Although there would be a certain punishment for violating the holy text agreement to attack David, if David's future threat was greater than this punishment, the 5 gods would definitely kill David first. David nodded and said, "I know." He continued to check on the demigod body. Although he had now achieved the demigod body, there was still a part of his body that had not been transformed. That was David's bones. All the bones in his body came from the battle angel. The reason why David could achieve the demigod body so quickly was that he did not need to transform his bones. This saved him a lot of time. This did not mean that he did not try to transform his bones. It was just that his destruction rule energy and the life energy in his bones were like natural enemies. The destruction rule energy would be expelled as soon as it entered his bones. Fortunately, although he could not use the destruction rule energy to transform his bones, the battle angel's bones were perfectly integrated with the demigod body. Of course, in David's perception, It should be said that the battle angel's bones were of a higher level than the demigod body. However, because the integration was too thorough, the battle angel's bones became one with his body. The destruction rule energy was strong enough, but it could not hurt the battle angel's bones at all. Even when David tried to use the divine night battle sword, it could not do any damage to the battle angel's bones. It was not hard to imagine that the battle angel entered the space-time turbulence from an unknown world and stayed in the turbulence for an unknown period of time. Finally, it passed through the space barrier and entered the great world of God. During this period, even a god's divine body would have been destroyed countless times. Even so, the battle angel's bones were still 100% intact. The battle angel's remnant soul could even be attached to the battle angel's bones. If it was not for David's shadow attendant, the battle angel might have been revived in the Interstellar Federation. David sensed the battle form avatar's situation again. After a year of energy replenishment, the storage space of the avatar's divine power was full. Now it was automatically using divine power to strengthen itself. He also understood that in a state like the battle form avatar, using divine power to strengthen itself would not be effective in a short period of time. Even if he continuously used divine power to strengthen the battle form avatar for 1,000 years, the effect would not be much. Although David did not receive the inheritance of faith to become a god, he knew that divine power should not be used like this. David scanned the battle form avatar with his mind and put it into the divine space card. David stood up and stretched, saying, "Alexis, we are preparing to return to the great world of God. It's been a long time since we went back." As he stretched his back, the energy of the law of destruction flashed and formed spatial rifts around him. "My lord, you need some time to control your power." Black Dragon Alexis once again released the Black Dragon's power and enveloped the area. David nodded. He also understood that the rapid increase in power would naturally cause some discomfort. However, this change did not require him to go into seclusion. He could slowly get used to his current strength by constantly paying attention to it in his daily life. David put the Black Dragon Alexis back into the divine space card and opened the wormhole to the great world of God's safety point. The Black Dragon Alexis and other gods needed to enter the wormhole to enter the divine space card. After David reached the god level, he did not need to do this anymore. After reaching the god level, the wormhole that David created could allow gods to pass through. In a year, many things happened in the great world of God, but there were no major incidents. Although David was not in the great world of God, he had 14 legendary night clones in the great world of God. He could know what was happening in the great world of God at any time. This was especially so for the legendary knight Anton. The Supreme Council and the Dawn Alliance would send information to him every once in a while. The information had been sorted and made it clear at a glance. In this year, the Supreme Council had developed greatly, and the nobles were unprecedentedly united. The prestige of Chairman Gould of the Supreme Council had also reached an extremely high level. With the Knight's restriction card, he had the power to suppress all opposition among the nobles. In addition, all the legendary lords were on the side of Chairman Gould, making the power of the Supreme Council highly concentrated. Another reason why Chairman Gould's prestige had increased was because a large number of Level 5 Sanctuary Knights had emerged in just a year. This was due to the Fey Fruits, which could be said to be the best resources that should not be wasted on a Level 4 Sky Knight. However, Chairman Gould had distributed a large number of Fey Fruits, allowing the Level 4 Sky Knight to have a great chance of being promoted. In a year, more than 260 Level 5 Knights appeared among the nobles. A small half of them were from the top noble families, while the rest were all knights who had made meritorious contributions. These Level 5 Knights had to thank Chairman Gould, which also allowed Chairman Gould to gain more support. In this year, the Supreme Council had continuously issued meritorious missions for shrines. Through this cooperation, the relationship with the 5 major shrines had also improved. The 12 gods of evil still did not make any big moves, but they kept making small moves. This allowed the Supreme Council to have the opportunity to obtain more meritorious missions, and also allowed many knights to obtain titles through meritorious missions and become members of the nobles. Although a large number of believers were killed, the 12 gods of evil did not stop, making the believers of the gods of evil in a state of endless killing. Chapter 1258. Lionel was watching TV. This was his favorite hobby since he came to the Interstellar Federation. As a level 3 believer of the god of evil charm, his position in the great world of God was no better than cannon fodder. However, after arriving at the Interstellar Federation, Lionel realized that this was a vast world. Everything here was new and interesting, and the population was exceptionally large. Lionel could be considered a super strong person in the Interstellar Federation, although he didn't dare to reveal too much. However, there were quite a few believers of the god of evil charm who came to the Interstellar Federation. 500 believers of the god of evil charm who came to Planet Warring cooperated with each other and entered the Interstellar Federation through various channels. It had to be said that the people of the Interstellar Federation were too easy to bribe. Perhaps it was because the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation were in a honeymoon period, and both sides were cooperating in many ways. The people of the Interstellar Federation didn't understand the situation of the great world of God. They didn't know the difference between believers of evil gods and normal people. Under the temptation of benefits, these weak believers of evil gods used various official and unofficial channels to pass through various blockades and enter the Interstellar Federation. The tests for the insectoids and level 4 fighters were useless against the believers of the evil gods, who were at most level 3. Even the 2 life-sized idols were transported into the Interstellar Federation as handicraft. Don't underestimate these 2 life-sized idols. Without these idols, the believers of the god of evil charm and the god of blood wouldn't be able to use their divine spells. At the same time, they could also pray to the idols to replenish the power of faith and use it when needed. If the believers of the evil gods successfully became believers, the power of faith produced by the prayers of the believers would also gather towards the idols. Currently, the 2 idols were unable to connect with the god of evil charm and the god of blood of the great world of God. However, as long as the number of believers in the Interstellar Federation reached a certain level, it wasn't impossible for the 2 idols to pass through the space barrier and connect with the 2 gods. Of course, when they really came to the Interstellar Federation, these believers also encountered a huge problem. In the minds of the people of the Federation, they scoffed at things like faith. The people of the Federation could worship war heroes and love celebrities, but it was very difficult for them to believe in illusory gods. The believers of the evil gods did not dare to spread their religion too openly because the Interstellar Federation was monitored everywhere. The scariest thing was that every Federation member in the Interstellar Federation had the knowledge. Lionel didn't quite understand this kind of knowledge called science. He couldn't understand that it was a completely different system of knowledge from the great world of God. But Lionel knew that this kind of knowledge, called science, was the biggest obstacle to spreading faith. Science allowed every person in the Federation to think independently. They could understand everything through science. Even if there was something they couldn't understand, they would believe that it was because they didn't have enough knowledge of science. According to what Lionel knew, there was a level 2 believer of the god of evil charm. After he spread his faith to a member of the Federation, the member of the Federation posted the news on Skynet and reported it to the police. The result was that the level 2 believer became a wanted criminal. During a chase, because he killed many police officers, he attracted the attention of the Transcendent and was killed by the Transcendent. This level 2 believer was not an exception. In the process of spreading his faith, There were many believers who infiltrated the Interstellar Federation who were exposed. Some were captured and some were killed. With the experience of these believers of the evil gods, Lionel had to be very careful. In this large world where faith was scarce, the difficulty of spreading faith was simply too great. Lionel felt that now was not the time to spread his faith. Those believers of the evil gods were a little too hasty. He decided to first familiarize himself with the Interstellar Federation. Although he couldn't learn about science, understanding the way of life of the people of the Federation would have a positive effect on spreading his faith. Lionel had 30 believers of the god of evil charm, but they were all level 1 or 2 believers of the evil god. These believers obeyed his orders and went into hiding recently. Lionel didn't lack credits. He had even obtained the legal identity of the Interstellar Federation. At the same time, he was also a consecrator of a financial group and handled some secret matters for the financial group. The divine spells of the god of evil charm could easily deal with ordinary people. Even the Interstellar Federation couldn't detect a trace of it. Lionel controlled the huge TV screen and switched to another channel. He was only interested in the news. He had no interest in those dramas. Just as Lionel switched to another channel and was about to continue switching, he couldn't help but stop. On the TV screen there were fanatical people. Thousands of fanatical people were cheering for a person on the stage. Lionel's eyes lit up. This scene was very familiar. This fanaticism and faith were very similar. After watching for a while, Lionel knew that this was a celebrity singing. Lionel, who had mastered the Federation language, didn't feel much about the singing of a celebrity because of the huge difference in culture. However, he found a possible path. If he controlled a celebrity, especially one with great influence, and made the celebrity sing the god of evil charm's divine book, how many people would be attracted to it? Then, they would be attracted to it and silently become believers. Even if these believers were shallow believers, as long as there were enough of them, the power of faith generated would be a considerable income. Of course, in order to make a celebrity sing the god of evil charm with a bewitching effect, other than believing in the god of evil charm, there was another important condition, and that was that the celebrity needed to have a strong spirit. Currently, the Interstellar Federation police had discovered that people from the great world of God had infiltrated the Interstellar Federation and were trying to spread their faith. The police had also increased their attention in this area. Therefore, Lionel had to choose his target carefully. He couldn't target multiple targets at the same time. That would increase the risk of being exposed. The celebrity that Lionel needed to meet 2 conditions. First, the celebrity needed to have spiritual talent. The stronger the spiritual talent, the better. This was extremely important and was the foundation of everything. Second, the celebrity needed to be extremely famous. This way, the influence of the god of evil charms, divine book, would be large enough. Lionel didn't choose on his own. Instead, he used his relationship with the financial group. He didn't say anything else. He just wanted to know the most famous singers of the great world of God and wanted the singing videos of these singers. The financial group just thought that this was Lionel's personal hobby and didn't think of anything else. In addition, this information could be easily gathered on the Skynet. It only took half a day for the financial group to send all the information to Lionel. Lionel looked at the information. Every singer that was chosen was at the level of a king or queen. Soon, Lionel noticed a female singer because she was the most famous singer in the information. Lionel noticed Emma. Emma's fame had already surpassed all the kings and queens. She had sung a song with General David, and her relationship with General David had pushed her to the top of the music industry. Lionel didn't care that Emma was related to a general. For him, all the power in the world was not as important as the task of God. He even wanted to use this advantage of Emma. Once he had Emma under his control, even if the police found out something, they wouldn't dare to do anything to Emma. Lionel watched Emma's singing video. Although he couldn't tell whether her singing was good or bad, he was sure that Emma's spiritual talent was outstanding. If Emma was born in the great world of God, then she would either become a priest of the shrines or a follower of the god of evil. Either way, she would have great potential. At least reaching level 4 would not be a problem. Lionel was excited. If he could successfully convert Emma into a follower, not only would he use Emma to preach, but he could also cultivate her into an important combat force. If he could cultivate a level 4 follower of the god of evil in the Interstellar Federation, then the followers of the god of evil in the Interstellar Federation would not have to worry about being hunted down by the Transcendent. The strongest in the Interstellar Federation, the Transcendent, was not more than level 3. A level 4 follower of the god of evil was almost invincible in the Interstellar Federation. As a consecrator of the financial group, Lionel had done a few secret jobs for the financial group, so he had the right to meet with the president of the financial group. Lionel came to the Luta building, which was named after the financial group. He was wearing a proper Federation uniform, and his hair was combed. He was no different from a normal Federation person. In the president's office of the Luta Financial Group, Lionel met with President Vasquez. "President Vasquez, I need some help," Lionel said as soon as he saw President Vasquez. "You guys leave first," President Vasquez said to the others. Lionel was used by the Luta Financial Group to deal with dark matters. The price was to obtain a legal identity for Lionel, as well as a high reward. However, it was all worth it. In the past few months, Lionel had perfectly completed many tasks and brought great rewards to the Luta Financial Group. President Vasquez did not want anyone to hear his conversation with Lionel. "What help do you need?" President Vasquez said with a smile. Providing Lionel with all the help he could, this was one of the conditions that had been agreed upon previously. President Vasquez did not care about Lionel's conditions. With the size of the Luta Financial Group, a small price was nothing. "I need the financial group to help me catch someone. I need information, aircraft, and permission to pass through the space portal," Lionel said in a deep voice. "These are all small matters. I will ask my subordinates to cooperate." President Vasquez waved his hand and decided. He then asked curiously, "Can you tell me who you want to catch?" "It's a singer. Her name is Emma." Lionel did not hide anything. He needed information from the Luta Financial Group, so of course, he had to tell them his target. "Emma? Queen of Pop Emma?" President Vasquez's face changed as he asked. Lionel heard the sharpness in President Vasquez's voice and could not help but feel strange. Why was President Vasquez's reaction so big? "It's the Emma in the information that was sent over today," Lionel replied. "Mr. Lionel, you may not know who is behind Queen of Pop Emma. He is the deputy commander of the federal military, the strongest person in the Interstellar Federation, and the war god of the Federation, General David," President Vasquez said cautiously. "A mere mortal dares to call himself a god." Lionel could not help but laugh in his heart. If General David was in the great world of God, just the title of war god of the Federation would be enough to crush him. "Don't worry, I won't take Emma's life. I just want to ask her to come over," Lionel said in a deep voice. "Mr. Lionel, if it was any other celebrity, I could invite them over for you. However, Queen of Pop, Emma's identity is too special. Have you thought about the consequences? General David has killed at least a few 100,000 people. Who knows how many of them were transcendent?" President Vasquez said. In fact, General David's name was also spread in the great world of God. However, with Lionel's position in the great world of God, he could not access the news that was spread among the nobles and the upper class of the shrines. If Lionel knew the true strength of General David, who had single-handedly stopped the Zerg wave and killed a large number of level 4 and level 5 Zergs, Lionel would not have dared to think about capturing Emma. In Lionel's mind, other than the powerful space weapons of the Interstellar Federation, only the Transcendent could pose a threat to him. As for the Transcendent that could threaten him, only the top Transcendent in the Interstellar Federation could defeat him. Lionel was a bit arrogant. When he was in the great world of God, he was hated by everyone. After coming to the Interstellar Federation, he realized that he was one of the strongest. This change made him extremely arrogant. President Vasquez, I have done a lot for you. If I accidentally leak this information, it will be enough to ruin the reputation of the Lotu Financial Group. You will also be sent to prison. I just want a little help, not the Lotu Financial Group. Please reconsider. Lionel threatened. President Vasquez's expression changed. To be honest, he did not want to help Lionel at all. As a member of the Interstellar Federation, he was very clear about the deeds of the Federation's god of war, General David. Once General David knew about this, not only him, but also the Lotu Financial Group would die without a burial place. However, Lionel's threat was still effective. President Vasquez certainly did not want these things to be exposed. It would also bring a huge disaster to the Lotu Financial Group. As for getting rid of Lionel, President Vasquez had thought about it, but it was just a thought. In a few missions, Lionel's strange behavior made President Vasquez not dare to act rashly. Chapter 1259. Mr. Lionel, the Lotu Financial Group cannot bear the wrath of General David. The most we can do is to guide you to an intelligence organization. You will have to contact the intelligence organization and find your own spaceship. The Lotu Financial Group will delete all information related to you and will not have any contact with you. President Vasquez said after thinking for a moment. This was the only way President Vasquez could think of to keep the Lotu Financial Group out of this. The Lotu Financial Group could not be involved in Lionel's actions. One could imagine how terrible the consequences would be if something happened to Queen Emma and General David was enraged. In the past, the three top financial groups were very powerful, but in the end, they were destroyed by General David. President Vasquez did not have the guts to help Lionel deal with Queen Emma. If news of this leaked out, the entire Lotu Financial Group would be destroyed. Lionel was stunned. He did not expect President Vasquez to say this. Was General David that terrifying? This thought only flashed through Lionel's mind, and he did not think much about it. Lionel believed in gods. Other than the god of evil charm, at least in the Interstellar Federation, he did not put anyone in his eyes. Although President Vasquez did not want to help directly, Lionel only asked for an intelligence channel. As for the attack, he had his own people. Okay, I will also change my identity. I will not have any contact with the Lotu Financial Group. Lionel nodded and said, Mr. Lionel, there is something I have to mention. Queen Emma's guards are very powerful. It is said that there are many transcendent guards around Queen Emma. President Vasquez did not forget to remind Lionel. This was not a secret. When Queen Emma was attacked, many transcendent guards appeared to protect her. There were rumors that Queen Emma's security level was higher than the security level used to contact the president. Lionel received a new identity bracelet. The bracelet contained the contact information of an intelligence organization. He contacted an intelligence organization. This kind of small intelligence organization was not as cautious as the large corporations. As long as one paid credits, they would work for them. To be honest, it was not difficult to obtain information on the Heavenly Queen Emma. Due to her special identity, even if she wanted to keep it a secret, she would not be able to hide it from those who were interested. 2 days later, Lionel received all the information regarding the Heavenly Queen Emma. The content was extremely detailed. Of course, Lionel had also paid a few million credits for this. Information on the Heavenly Queen Emma was still very valuable. Queen of Heaven Emma resided in the Eligya star region's Lunka planet's Kia City. She was accompanied by 2 female bodyguards and 20 normal bodyguards. As for the transcendent bodyguards, there was no mention of them in the intelligence reports. Lionel could understand this. In the Interstellar Federation, the Transcendent's whereabouts were very difficult for normal people to detect. Although in Lionel's eyes, the Transcendent's strength was not very strong, the Transcendent had their own strange abilities. A Transcendent could control the Transcendent armor and achieve rapid flight. This ability was even stronger than a Level 3 Earth Knight. It should be known that a Level 3 Earth Knight did not have the ability to fly. Lionel, a Level 3 Evil God follower, also did not have the ability to fly. The intelligence organization provided a lot of information, including the coordinates of the Heavenly Queen Emma's residence. Lionel entered the coordinates into the map of Lunka Planet and saw the situation of the residence. The residence was a good place to make a move. There were no other buildings within a 5-kilometer radius. This was one of the characteristics of Lunka Planet's Kia City. Kia City was a green city, and the people were very close to nature. However, Lionel also noticed that Lunka Planet belonged to the Iridia Star Sector, and the Iridia Star Sector belonged to General David's sphere of influence. Lionel believed that there must be someone secretly protecting the Heavenly Queen Emma. If he wanted to make a move, he needed to control the people around the Heavenly Queen Emma as soon as possible. Then, Lionel could forcefully brainwash the Heavenly Queen Emma with divine spells. This method consumed a lot of faith power, and it was not worth it to gain a follower. However, if the benefits outweighed the losses, Lionel was still willing to try it. Of course, the premise was that the Heavenly Queen Emma did not practice the mind training method. Otherwise, the divine spells would not be effective. However, Lionel did not believe that the Heavenly Queen Emma could obtain the mind training method. Even in the great world of God, there were very few people who could obtain the mind training method. After thinking about it again and again, Lionel decided to make a move. This was the best way he could think of to open up the situation. Lionel had already thought about it. As long as he controlled the Heavenly Queen Emma, with the Heavenly Queen Emma's fame, she would be able to sing the God of Evil Charming's divine book, which would have a huge impact. He had already calculated the number of people who spread the Heavenly Queen Emma's last song, and this calculation allowed him to put aside all the dangers. Lionel had gotten such a huge number that he almost went crazy. According to the statistics, the number of direct fans of the Heavenly Queen Emma exceeded 10 billion, and the number of people in the Federation who followed the Heavenly Queen Emma's songs exceeded 100 billion. This statistic was made by the Interstellar Federation's professional statistics company and was published on Skynet. Lionel did not dare to imagine how much faith power the Heavenly Queen Emma could bring to the God of Evil Charming if she sang the divine book of the God of Evil Charming. He even thought about how the God of Evil Charming would reward him. He also wanted to become a level 5 bishop and live for more than 1,000 years. For these, Lionel was willing to do anything. Lionel did not care how many security guards the Heavenly Queen Emma had. He was prepared to bring all 30 followers of the God of Evil Charming with him and solve the problem as quickly as possible. Kia City. David's villa had always been under Emma's name, and Emma also liked to live there. As Emma's fame grew, she did not need to go out to perform often, and she would not accept other commercial performances. The wealth that Emma had obtained from the Tordo Fund was enough for her to squander as she wished. Besides, she did not sing for wealth, but for her hobby. Otherwise, with her family background, if she wanted wealth, she could do whatever she wanted, and she would have a lot of wealth. Other than meeting David very little, Emma was very satisfied with everything. Now that the Iridia Star region was under David's military jurisdiction, Emma's family gained a lot of benefits, and Emma had more freedom. On this day, Emma sat on the rooftop of the villa, reading a book, and beside her was a glass of red wine. The sunlight filtered through the transparent roof of the rooftop, filtering out the elements that were harmful to the skin, and scattered on her body, coating her with a layer of light. It was a quiet afternoon, and it should have been peaceful. However, someone broke the peace. First, the villa's alarm sounded, and then a figure approached from afar at an extremely fast speed. Miss Leona Kaji and Nora Kaji appeared beside Emma, and they looked at the figure in the distance. Even though they were at home, the two female soldiers did not dare to lower their guard in the slightest. However, even though there were many figures approaching, they were not too worried. Other than the normal security personnel, there were also 12 death warriors arranged by General David. According to General David, in the Interstellar Federation, with these 12 death warriors, no one could harm Emma. Furthermore, the alarm system here was connected to the Skynet, and in a moment, the nearest transcendent would arrive. Even though General David did not personally manage the Iridia Star region, with General David's authority and prestige, the military power of the Iridia Star region was completely controlled by General David's subordinate, Lieutenant General Bradford. Planet Lunka was where the Iridia Star region's military headquarters was located, and the military had been monitoring Emma's security system. Something has happened to the Queen of Heaven, Emma. Order all guards to head to these coordinates. The Forks Transcendent sitting in the office suddenly received the alarm, and his expression changed drastically when he saw the alarm. The Transcendent Forks Transcendent himself flew up, and he was fully equipped with the Transcendent armor. He did not even wait for the exit to open, and he flew out through the window directly. The three disciples of Forks Transcendent, Emerson Transcendent, James Transcendent, and Anita Transcendent followed closely behind and flew out through the broken window. They were greatly indebted to General David. The three disciples of Forks Transcendent became transcendent because of General David's help. Now that someone had attacked General David's girlfriend on the planet they were guarding, it was a slap to their faces. Forks Transcendent was not the only one who received the alarm. All the organizations on planet Lunka received the alarm as well. Transcendent after Transcendent rose into the sky from various cities and flew toward the villa. Even the first college of Iridia had many Transcendent rising into the sky. It could be said that the alarm had triggered the nerves of all Transcendent on planet Lunka. Dispatch all special forces. Reinforce Emma's villa immediately. Lieutenant General Bradford ordered loudly. After receiving the alarm, he was already sweating profusely. The Special Forces were the most powerful individual combat force in the Iridia military. They were all made up of Transcendent. There were 2 groups with 10 Transcendent in each group. The first group of 10 Transcendent was in combat readiness. They rose into the sky one after another when they received the order. The second group also gathered in an emergency a minute later and left as well. Use Skynet's resources. I want to see the situation at Emma's villa. Lieutenant General Bradford ordered again. Skynet was managed by both the military and the government. When necessary, the military had more power than the government. Soon, the situation at Emma's villa was displayed on the screen through Skynet scanning. Lieutenant General Bradford saw more than 30 figures encircling the villa. These people were extremely strange. They were running on the ground, but their speed was even faster than the Transcendent's flying speed. Check the identities of these people immediately and investigate their backgrounds. Lieutenant General Bradford ordered again in a deep voice. This was the Iridia Star Zone, which was under General David's military jurisdiction. If anything happened to Emma here, General David's subordinates would not be able to live anymore. Even if nothing happened to Emma, the investigation of this incident would require the military to handle it. No one would think that this was a normal incident. More than 30 attackers dared to attack General David's girlfriend. This was already a political incident. Lionel's actions were very secretive. They took a small transport spaceship and went through normal business procedures to arrive at Lunka planet. Lionel had learned this from the previous missions he carried out for the Luda Financial Group. His methods of concealment allowed them to remain undetected until they were 5,000 meters away from Emma's villa. After entering the range of 5,000 meters, The detection device in Lionel's hand detected a scan signal. He knew that they had been discovered by the security system. However, Lionel did not care. They could cross the distance of 5,000 meters in a short time. They could complete everything before reinforcements arrived. Lionel led his 30 subordinates toward the villa at full speed. He even saw Queen of Heaven Emma on the villa's rooftop through divine spells. "Surround the villa. Don't let anyone escape," Lionel ordered. At such a close distance, even if Queen of Heaven Emma left in a spaceship, Lionel was confident that he could intercept her. However, Lionel was curious as to why Queen of Heaven Emma did not do anything. She did not look panicked either. His heart skipped a beat and he lagged behind slightly. If Queen of Heaven Emma was just pretending, then the 30 followers of the god of evil could completely control the situation. If there was really a trap, he could also let his subordinates scout it out. Just as the 30 followers of the god of evil approached the villa from all sides, 12 figures flashed out of the villa. The 12 figures completely protected the villa. Anyone who wanted to enter the villa would have to pass by them. At the same time, 12 terrifying auras were released from the 12 figures. They did not even need to do anything. Just the impact of these level 4 auras was enough to cause the 30 followers of the god of evil to freeze. "Level 4 Sky Knight," Lionel exclaimed. Lionel had never thought that in the Interstellar Federation, a singer would be protected by 12 Level 4 Sky Knight. Not to mention the Interstellar Federation, even in the great world of God, this kind of combat power was at least on par with the nobles. The 12 Level 4 Sky Knight moved. They took the initiative to attack the 30 followers of the god of evil. Lionel also unleashed his full strength. He didn't want to fight. Instead, many rays of light flashed from his body, turning into phantoms that scattered in all directions. Lionel himself also turned into a phantom and retreated. The 30 followers of the god of evil might be considered strong in the Interstellar Federation. The level 2 followers of the god of evil were similar in strength to the Transcendent. However, they were facing level 4 Sky Knight. And it was not just one, but 12 level 4 Sky Knight. These level 4 Sky Knight did not have any emotions. They were all killing machines. Every time the level 4 longswords in their hands swept out, a follower of the god of evil would be cut in half. In just a few seconds, the battle was over. The 30 followers of the god of evil were all killed. The 12 level 4 Sky Knight did see Lionel leave, but they did not chase after him. Chapter 1260. The 12 level 4 Sky Knight's orders were to protect Emma. This was their ultimate order, and they didn't care even if they had to sacrifice their lives for it. Lionel was very lucky. When he chose to escape, there were 30 followers of the evil god who helped him block the attack. The 12 level 4 Sky Knight wouldn't be too far away from Emma, so Lionel successfully escaped from the vicinity of the villa. When Lionel saw that the level 4 Sky Knight didn't chase after him, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, he also knew that it wasn't safe at this time. He had learned how to deal with Skynet's tracking. Previously, when he used the Escape Divine spell, those shadows could confuse Skynet's tracking. Lionel found a place under a large tree and took out a short sword. This level 3 short sword was extremely sharp against the ground. He used the level 3 short sword to cut open the ground and quickly dug out a hole. He covered himself with soil and then used a divine spell to make the surface of the soil exactly the same as the surrounding soil. There were no traces of new soil. Lionel's movements were very fast, and he finished in less than 10 breaths. This was also forced. In the great world of God, if he didn't use this speed to hide himself, he would have already died at the hands of the noble knight or shrines. The divine spell concealed Lionel's aura, but he could use the effect of the divine spell to see the situation outside. In the sky, 4 transcendent auras appeared and flew towards the villa. This was just the beginning. After that, There were constantly transcendent flying over Lionel's head. Lionel understood that it was impossible for all the transcendent reinforcements to approach the villa from this direction. This could only mean that there were a lot of transcendent coming this time. No matter how arrogant Lionel was, he had a guess in his heart. He seemed to have provoked some terrifying existence. It must be known that there were a total of 12 level 4 Sky Knight guarding the Queen of Heaven, Emma. This kind of security was very difficult to achieve even in the great world of God. Although many nobles also had many level 4 Sky Knight guards when they went out, that was only when they went out. Arranging for a level 4 Sky Knight to be a daily guard was completely different from arranging for him to go out. Level 4 Sky Knights were the backbone of the nobles. How could they waste all of them on guard work? At most, there would be 1 or 2 level 4 Sky Knight guarding important castles or properties. Forks Transcendent was the first to arrive. The 3 disciples behind him were slightly slower than him. However, Forks Transcendent was very close to this place, so there wasn't much of a gap between them. The first thing Fox Transcendent saw were the 12 figures surrounding the villa. He naturally knew that these people were the Heavenly Queen Emma's bodyguards. Previously, he had only read about it in the information. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was extremely shocked. What the Fox Transcendent saw were 12 guards hovering in midair in a state of alert. They were all wielding Class 4 longswords and wearing Class 4 armor. If that was all, Forks Transcendent wouldn't be so shocked. As long as one reached the strength of a Transcendent, they could leave the ground. This was the only advantage a Transcendent had over a Knight. A Knight could only leave the ground after reaching level 4. However, Forks Transcendent sensed the aura of the 12 guards. That kind of aura was so terrifying that it made him feel suffocated. He was 100% sure that these 12 guards were all Knights. A Knight that could hover in the air, wearing Class 4 armor and wielding Class 4 longsword. Did this even need to be said? 12 level 4 Sky Knight. This was the security force General David had arranged for Emma. Forks Transcendent felt a little dizzy. If these 12 level 4 Sky Knight were placed on the Warstar, they could practically stabilize the 12 lines of defense against the invasion of the insectoid. And such a terrifying force was actually used to protect Empress Emma. Forks Transcendent deeply felt the importance and care General David had for Empress Emma. "It's Uncle Forks. Please come in." Emma saw Forks Transcendent. She knew about the relationship between David and Forks Transcendent, so she hurriedly waved her hand and said. The level 4 Sky Knight in front of Forks Transcendent heard Emma's order and dodged to the side, opening a path. Forks Transcendent brought 3 disciples to the rooftop. Seeing that Emma was fine, he couldn't help but feel relieved. There were corpses all around the villa. It was obvious that a large number of people had attacked the villa this time. If General David hadn't made arrangements beforehand, it would have been very dangerous this time. "You were frightened on planet Lunka. This is my responsibility," Forks Transcendent said with a bitter smile. He was the guardian transcendent of planet Lunka. He was responsible for the safety of planet Lunka, so his words weren't wrong. "This doesn't have much to do with you. I wasn't frightened at all. These people couldn't even get close to the villa," Emma said with a smile. While they were talking, more Transcendent came over. However, they didn't get too close. They were all suppressed by the aura of the 12 level 4 Sky Knight and stopped far in the air. Transcendent more and more arrived. Forks Transcendent had 3 disciples go over to greet them. Emma didn't let the Transcendent into the villa. The villa wasn't big and couldn't accommodate so many Transcendent. The military's special forces also came over. They began to help maintain order. To a certain extent, this place was also related to the military. "Emma thanks everyone for coming. I will remember your kindness." Emma thanked the Transcendent in the sky. The Transcendent was very happy. With Emma's words, they didn't come in vain. The Transcendent didn't ask about the 12 level 4 Sky Knight. If it was the David of the past, there would definitely be a huge uproar if 12 Level 4 Sky Knight appeared under his command. However, General David was now the deputy commander of the military. His power had reached the peak of the military. He had a large number of troops and was an invincible existence. The existence of 12 Level 4 Sky Knight wasn't a problem at all. Of course, it was normal to be surprised. Anyone who saw 12 Level 4 Sky Knight in the Interstellar Federation would be surprised. Even the President of the Federation and the Grand Marshal of the military didn't have such security forces. A huge battleship descended from the sky. This kind of battleship rarely entered the atmosphere, let alone approached a city. The battleship's main cannon only needed one shot to flatten a city. Its appearance in a city would bring about a huge panic. However, today was an exception. Lieutenant General Bradford piloted the battleship to Chia City and hovered in the sky near the villa. Lieutenant General Bradford took the landing ship to the villa. The ground here wasn't cleaned up yet. Order the investigators to take over. Lieutenant General Bradford ordered his adjutant in a deep voice. The adjutant immediately sent out a message. Many landing ships from the battleship flew out. Lieutenant General Bradford requests to see Madame Emma. Lieutenant General Bradford looked at the 12 Level 4 Sky Knight guarding outside the villa. His expression didn't change as he said in a deep voice. Only those who had seen General David's terrifying strength on the battlefield wouldn't be surprised that General David could control 12 Level 4 Sky Knight. It must be known that General David could kill Level 5 insectoids in an instant. Although Level 4 Sky Knight was strong, that was only in the eyes of other people in the Interstellar Federation. Lieutenant General Bradford, please come in. Although Emma hadn't seen Lieutenant General Bradford before, she had heard of him. He was David's right-hand man. The Level 4 Sky Knight stepped aside, and Lieutenant General Bradford entered the villa. Just as Lieutenant General Bradford was led to the rooftop, the space above the rooftop distorted, and then a figure appeared from the void. Everyone was shocked. This kind of appearance caught everyone off guard. The one who appeared was David in his general uniform. He was originally in the great world of God. When Emma was attacked, his intelligence organization immediately sent an urgent message to Ironside's Level 5 Bishop Avatar in the Interstellar Federation's safe point. After David received the message through his avatar, he immediately opened a wormhole and returned to the Interstellar Federation's safe point. Then, he used his ability to break space to quickly move in space. Fortunately, David's strength had been greatly improved, which had also strengthened his innate ability, void piercing. Emma was like a child who had been greatly wronged as she threw herself into David's arms. Previously, Emma had maintained her composure, but she was still a young girl after all. After being ambushed and having another 30 people killed on the spot and their corpses strewn all over the ground, she was actually very alarmed. However, Emma could control herself. She also knew that she represented David's dignity, so she had to pay attention to her words and actions. However, when she saw David, all of this was not important. Lieutenant General Bradford and Fox Transcendent were tactful enough not to greet them immediately. Instead, they quietly stood to the side and did not disturb the couple. David gently hugged Emma's slightly trembling body. He could feel the fear that Emma was suffering, and anger rose in his heart. "Emma, don't worry, I will strengthen your defense." David softly comforted her. David's words stunned Fox Transcendent and Lieutenant General Bradford. This kind of defense needed to be strengthened? There's no need. You have to have guards by your side too. Emma shook her head and said. She had also calmed down by now. She remembered that there were still people around her and Transcendent in the sky. She blushed and reluctantly left David's arms. "Lieutenant General Bradford, tell me what happened." David did not let Emma leave him. He held Emma's hand and turned to ask Lieutenant General Bradford. Reporting to General David, A total of 31 bandits suddenly appeared outside the villa and triggered the alarm when they entered the villa's security perimeter. Currently, the villa's guards have killed 30 bandits, and there's still one bandit on the run. The search team has been sent out. Lieutenant General Bradford reported the information he had. They didn't escape from Lunka Planet, right? David asked calmly. No, after this incident, the military immediately sealed off all the shipping lanes of Lunka Planet. Not a single spaceship will leave Lunka Planet. Lieutenant General Bradford replied with certainty. David recognized Lieutenant General Bradford's ability very much. David nodded. Thank you for your help. I will first find the bandit who escaped before I entertain you, David said to the transcendent in the sky with a smile. You're welcome. Is there anything we can help with? The transcendent quickly said. There's no need for that, David said as he released his consciousness. Based on the time of receiving the warning, as long as one didn't have the spatial ability, no one would be able to evade these transcendents and escape from the range of 1,000 kilometers in such a short time. To be honest, the appearance of the transcendent did prevent the bandit from escaping with all his might. As soon as David released his consciousness, he felt a special, obscure aura. Lionel's power was too weak, and with the help of the divine spell, he might be able to hide his aura from the transcendents of the Interstellar Federation, but it would be impossible to fool a demigod like him. Lionel, who was hiding under the soil, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he had been targeted by a great terror. This feeling reminded Lionel of the feeling he had when the god of evil spirits descended upon him when he accepted the mission. Soon after, Lionel was bound by a force. A tunnel appeared in the space, and he was pulled into the spatial tunnel by the force. Lionel fell from the void in front of David. His body could not move at all. Even his consciousness was sealed and could not be used. Lieutenant General Bradford felt ashamed. The professional search team that he had sent out did not have any result. However, General David had used such an inexplicable method to capture the bandit. David was not worried about exposing his strength. Among the three worlds, his position in the Interstellar Federation was the most stable. With his irrefutable military achievements, he became the deputy commander of the federal military. As long as he did not commit treason, no one could convict him. Besides, in the great world of God's battle with the Zerg, the god of war's body had evaluated David as a god-level life form. This was something that the higher-ups of the Interstellar Federation knew. Since he was a god-level life form, it was normal for him to use some amazing method. With David's position, no one dared to use him for research. Perhaps David's method was too advanced. The transcendent here only felt that it was unbelievable. They did not realize the mystery behind it. Only Lionel, a follower of the god of evil from the great world of God, understood what had just happened. Lionel could not help but tremble in his heart. Why was he trembling in his heart? Because his body could not move at all. Is this a power that should appear in the Interstellar Federation? Even in the great world of gods, I have never heard of any expert who has the ability to capture people through space. Lionel exclaimed in his mind. He could not understand how such a power could appear in the Interstellar Federation. Wasn't it said that the strongest transcendent in the Interstellar Federation was not above level 3? Then what was General David? Chapter 1261. The Transcendent did not stay for long. They all had their own matters to attend to. Since the last escapee had been captured, the next step would be to interrogate him. This was all done by the military. Even the government could not interfere. The Transcendent said goodbye to General David and left the villa. Transcendent Fox and his 3 disciples stayed behind. On one hand, he had a special relationship with David. On the other hand, he was the transcendent protector of Lunka Planet. He could provide some help when needed. The military naturally stayed behind as well. The investigation of the scene and the follow-up would be carried out by the military's intelligence agency. This was also a test for David's subordinate. All this time, the intelligence agency of the Iridia Star Zone's military had not had any important missions. This time, it was related to General David's case. If the intelligence agency could not produce results, the entire military's intelligence agency would probably be reshuffled. Professional investigators were outside the villa to conduct a comprehensive check on each corpse to verify their identities. Lieutenant General Bradford, bring him to the basement. I'll interrogate him immediately. David ordered Bradford. Bradford waved his hand. Two Transcendent from the military stepped forward, grabbed Lionel, and left. Leona, Nora, take Emma to rest first. David turned around and said to the two Kaji girls. Emma tightened her grip on David's hand. Although she did not say anything, it was clear that she did not want to be separated from David. David thought about it. His interrogation method would not be too bloody. It would not matter if he brought Emma along. All right, Emma. Stay by my side, David said affectionately. Emma smiled. Her smile made David's eyes light up. In order to protect this smile, David was willing to fight even if he had to face a god. David had already figured out Lionel's identity. He was a follower of an evil god. It was very likely that he would be facing an evil god next. Uncle Fox, sorry to trouble you this time, David said to the Transcendent Fox Transcendent. He then nodded to the three disciples of Fox Transcendent. I didn't help much. When I came over, your guards had already finished their battle, Fox Transcendent said helplessly as he looked at the 12 Level 4 Sky Knight. Their strength is still a little weak, David said faintly. That's low, Fox Transcendent said in surprise. David didn't answer. He didn't know why the followers of the evil god would look for Emma. Compared to the power of the followers of the evil god, the strength of a Level 4 Sky Knight was indeed low. If it was a Level 5 bishop, then the Level 4 Sky Knight would not be able to stop him. This was something that David could not accept. Uncle Fox, please take a seat in the hall first. I'll go and deal with the fugitive, David said as he still had things to deal with. Fox Transcendent had also spoken to David, and only then did he formally say goodbye. We won't be staying any longer. Let's meet again when we have time. That's good too. I won't be going into seclusion for the time being. After I'm done with things, I'll be staying in Chia City for a while. Let's meet again then, David said with a smile. When Emma heard that David would be staying in Chia City for a while, she was even more delighted. All this time, Emma had never thought of asking David to stay. This was because she was very clear that David was not an ordinary person. David was the Federation's deputy commander, the Federation's strongest person, and the Federation's god of war. Emma was now the #1 diva and had an unparalleled reputation. However, her reputation could not be compared to David's. Only when she was beside David did Emma feel that she was not a diva, but a little woman in love. She did not ask for much. As long as David came to accompany her every once in a while, that was enough. After falling in love with someone like this, she understood that she could not have all of David's time. Fox Transcendent left with the three disciples, and David brought Emma to the basement. At this time, the basement had already been prepared. Lionel was sitting on a chair specially made by the military, blocking every position where he could exert force. This made it so that the person who was tied to it could not exert any strength at all. Of course, this was only for the Federation's people. Lionel, a Level 3 believer of the evil god, could not be restrained by this chair. However, at this time, Lionel's spirit was imprisoned by David. This made the believer of the evil god, who relied on his spirit, lose all of his abilities. General David, here is a military truth-telling agent. It can make the prisoner tell you everything he knows. Lieutenant General Bradford introduced the box on the table to David. There was also a torture device in the box, But because Emma was beside him, Lieutenant General Bradford did not introduce it. David waved his hand and said, "I don't need this. I can roughly guess where this group of people came from. I just didn't think that they would reach out to the Federation." He walked in front of Lionel, looked into Lionel's eyes, and activated the hypnosis talent ability. To be honest, when dealing with a level 3 believer of the evil god, using the hypnosis talent ability was superfluous. Because it might involve the gods, David had to be careful. The hypnosis talent ability not only made Lionel speak the truth, but it also made it easier for David to check the state of Lionel's soul and find out if there was a spirit lock. In the great world of God, interrogating the believers of the evil god was a very professional job. This was because most of the souls of the believers of the evil god would have a spirit lock placed by the high-level believers of the evil god or even the evil god himself. When some secrets were asked, the spirit lock would explode, causing the souls of the believers of the evil god to collapse. Sure enough, after activating the hypnosis talent ability, David found the spirit lock, and it was a spirit lock placed by the evil god. As long as the spirit lock was discovered, it would not be a problem for David. Although he was only a demigod, his spirit was actually not any weaker than that of the gods. Lionel felt a wave of energy enter his brain, and then his brain felt relaxed. However, this relaxation did not make Lionel happy at all. Instead, it made him even more afraid. He was so afraid that he looked at David with a look of extreme horror. In Lionel's heart, a storm was raging. Lionel naturally knew about the mind lock that was implanted in his soul. Before they left the great world of gods, the god of demonic charms had personally used his divine power to set it up in the temple. General David could actually break the spirit lock placed by the god of evil charm. This meant that General David's spirit was comparable to that of the god of evil charm. Lionel almost thought that General David was a god. David looked at Lionel and calmly asked, "Which god of the great world of God are you a believer of?" When this question was asked, everyone in the room was shocked. No one would have thought that the attack of the Interstellar Federation would involve the god. In the Interstellar Federation, the stories of the gods were legends in the other world. No one would have thought that one would appear in front of them today. Emma suddenly grabbed David's hand. A believer of a god had come to deal with her. This answer shocked her. "My master is the god of evil charm." Lionel couldn't help but answer. Lionel didn't want to answer, but after David asked, he couldn't help but answer. His forehead was covered in sweat. Ever since he became a believer of the gods, he had never thought about betraying them. But today Lionel felt that he was about to betray the gods. Maybe this wasn't his intention, but the words came out of his mouth. "The god of evil charm. His hands are really long. He dares to reach out to the Interstellar Federation, to reach out to me," David said calmly. His words didn't have a trace of respect for the gods. Instead, they were filled with anger from being provoked. "Why did you attack Emma?" David continued to ask. This question was what David was most concerned about. He didn't understand why the god of evil charm would reach out to the Interstellar Federation and find Emma. Could it be that he had discovered his identity? Or was there some other reason? "My Lord God said that Emma is the best tool for preaching." Lionel continued to answer every question that was asked. Lionel's answer was very concise. It was related to hypnosis, but the meaning behind it was different. However, what David heard was that the god of demonic charms had decreed that Emma would become a tool for preaching, which made him extremely angry. Emma was David's reverse scale. Anyone who touched her would die. "How did you get to the Interstellar Federation? How many people are there? Also, how did you manage to keep your divine spells?" David continued to ask questions. Lionel answered without hiding anything, and David's eyes flashed with a cold light. Warstar knew that many people from the Federation had made deals with the great world of God, and this was something that the Federation had permitted. He had also made deals with the great world of God in the past. However, those deals were all monitored by the Federation, and they were all items that were allowed to be traded. Yet, there were people from the Federation who dared to send a large number of believers of the great world of God into the Federation for the sake of profit and protection. There were even 2 idols that had been transported into the Federation. The consequences of this matter were so severe that it threatened the safety of the Federation. David thought for a moment and tapped his bracelet a few times, quickly connecting with Grand Marshal Andre. "General David, you've been in seclusion for a very long time. You finally have the time to contact me." Grand Marshal Andre's voice came from the bracelet, and at the same time, his figure was projected into the basement. All the soldiers present saluted Grand Marshal Andre's figure. Grand Marshal Andre was the #1 person in the military. After the video call connected, Grand Marshal Andre saw Emma beside David and said with a smile, "Oh, this is Emma, right? General David, you should spend more time with Emma." "Emma, this is Grand Marshal Andre." David smiled as he introduced Emma. In truth, there was no need for an introduction. Emma recognized Grand Marshal Andre the moment she saw him. Just like Emma, Grand Marshal Andre often appeared on Skynet. Emma greeted Grand Marshal Andre. She often attended many events. Facing such a high-ranking official, Emma could also face him calmly. "Grand Marshal Andre, more than 30 people attacked Emma's villa today." David stopped smiling and said in a deep voice, "Someone actually dared to touch your people?" Grand Marshal Andre said in shock. Grand Marshal Andre knew more than anyone else. Those who offended David, regardless of whether they were from large organizations or high-ranking officials, would not be able to survive. Now that David had military power and a huge financial group in his hands, he could be said to be one of the top few people in the Interstellar Federation. "You didn't do anything, right? I'll get the Special Investigations Department to deal with it," Grand Marshal Andre continued. He didn't want David to massacre again. David was the deputy commander of the military. It wasn't good for him to be involved in a massacre. "I've found out the identity of the other party. They are all believers of the evil god who snuck in from the great world of God. They all have strange methods. There are more than 1,000 of them." David shook his head and said, "What? You've confirmed it?" Grand Marshal Andre understood the seriousness of the matter and asked in a deep voice. The believers of the evil god in the great world of God were existences that were hunted down by the great world of God. These people were called evil existences. They had caused a large number of deaths in the great world of God. If these 1,000 believers of the evil god were to perform evil rituals in the Interstellar Federation, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is the confession of the believers of the evil god. Please take a look. David operated the identity bracelet and said. Grand Marshal Andre's projection also looked at the identity bracelet and seemed to be receiving something. After a while, his expression darkened. "Lawless. It seems that Worcester's side needs to be properly regulated," Grand Marshal Andre angrily said. After reading the confession, Grand Marshal Andre understood the severity of the matter. There were 1,000 believers of the evil god, and these level 2 believers were equivalent to the strength of an ordinary transcendent. Even the military would have to consider the manpower needed to capture these existences. It had to be known that these 1,000 believers of the evil god were hiding among the ordinary people. To deal with so many experts, the military would have to mobilize at least the number of transcendent soldiers. As for the possibility of accidental injuries and chaos during the capture process, it was impossible to estimate. After some thought, Grand Marshal Andre finally made this decision. "General David, you've discovered this matter, so you have full authority to deal with it. You must be careful not to let too many civilians die. You have the authority to capture any faction or individual. This is a case that involves the safety of the Federation, so I give you the authority to make the decision. David was the strongest, and the only person in the Interstellar Federation who could easily kill a level 2 or 3 believer of the god of evil charm was David. In addition, if you need to mobilize the Transcendent, I will work with the government to gather as many Transcendent soldiers as possible, but this will require time. Grand Marshal Andre continued. Grand Marshal Andre, it's enough that you have the authority to make the decision. Leave this matter to me. As for reinforcements, there's no need to prepare. I'm confident that I can deal with this matter. David smiled and nodded. If Grand Marshal Andre did not give David the authority to make the decision, David would find a way to get it. David had the authority, and he no longer needed to charge into battle with the enemy. He had the massive military behind him. Chapter 1262. David accompanied Emma in Chia City for 3 days, and the military also used these 3 days to investigate everyone from Warstar to the Federation who had participated in this incident. However, the military did not take any action, and all the investigations were carried out in secret. In these 3 days, the 12 Rank 4 Sky Night Guards had undergone a complete transformation. David did not even consider the potential of these 12 Rank 4 Sky Knight. He used the Spirit Fruit to promote the 12 Rank 4 Sky Knights to Rank 5 Temple Knight. David originally thought that the 12 Rank 4 Sky Knights would be enough to ensure Emma's safety, but he was now a little worried. Fortunately, he had enough resources on hand, so it was not difficult to promote a Rank 4 Sky Knight to a Rank 5 Temple Knight. The identities of these 12 Rank 5 Temple Knights were legal, and these legal identities could be recorded from the birth of these 12 Rank 5 Temple Knight. They were originally semi-finished Rank 4 Sky Knights created by the Institute of Immortality, but after David's resurrection and the inheritance of the Knight cultivation method, they had become true Knight. Emma, I have to go. Once I'm done with this matter, I'll be back. David said to Emma with a smile. You must be careful. Emma did not urge David to stay. She knew that David was going to do something important, so she only gave him this instruction out of concern. I'm the strongest person in the Federation. I've left some cooked dishes and red wine in the spatial rings of the guards. When you want to eat them, just ask the guards to take them out. David nagged. The dishes and red wine he had left behind this time were all specially made for Emma. Emma was just a normal person, and her body could not withstand too much energy. David had added a small amount of undying life force into the dishes and red wine. If I continue to eat like this, I will get fat, Emma said with some hesitation. The taste of the dishes made Emma lose control of her diet plan. She was worried about whether she could maintain her figure. Don't worry. You only need to drink a glass of red wine every time you eat. The red wine can help you not get fat no matter how much you eat. At the same time, it can also make you look beautiful forever, David said with a smile. Emma put on a happy smile. Who would believe that General David, who was known as the God of War of the Federation, would cook for her and brew red wine with special effects himself? This happiness eased the sadness of parting a little. Planet Baunau was an ordinary planet. It was not very famous in the entire Volgo star zone. The statues of the god of sinister charm and the god of blood were transported to Art City, where the supreme treasure was located. Although the two statues were transported using many methods to hide information, it was still very easy for the military's intelligence system to find out anything. Not only the location of the two statues, but also the location of all the evil god believers in the great world of God were found out. A fleet of 200 battleships entered the Volgo star zone. This was David's guard fleet. After David appeared in Chia City, the guard fleet immediately rushed over. Therefore, when David went out, he rode on the flagship of the guard fleet. However, after arriving at the Volgo star zone through the space portal, David left the guard fleet on his own. The guard fleet waited at the space portal while he moved alone. David was not used to the speed of the battleship. Originally, the speed of the battleships was considered very fast among the battleships, but that was before his strength increased. Now that he had mastered the talent of break space, and his strength had become a demigod, the fastest way to travel was to use the talent of break space to directly move through space. David appeared from the space portal. He was on the side of a street. In front of him was a 30-story building, the headquarters of the Lamu Corporation. David saw the sign on the building and confirmed the location. He used the coordinates on the map to directly teleport. He rarely used the ability to accurately teleport to an unfamiliar place. In the past, if he wanted to teleport to an unfamiliar place, he would first teleport to an approximate location about 1,000 meters away from the target. Then, he would use his spirit to accurately teleport. This time, because the star map of the Interstellar Federation had very accurate coordinates, David could use the talent of break space to accurately teleport to an extremely long-distance location. The Skynet system of planet Bora did not react to David's sudden appearance in the city. Even the space crack created by the space tunnel created by his talent ability, break space, did not react to it. This was because of David's authority. His identity bracelet showed his identity to Skynet. With his special privileges, he was not controlled by Skynet. David was still wearing his general's uniform. He did not need to hide his identity. He just walked towards the headquarters of the Lamu Corporation. According to the intelligence, the headquarters of the Lamu Corporation had obtained many rare drugs from the great world of God. If the Lamu Corporation, which focused on making medicine, could research and create replicas of these drugs, it would bring considerable benefits to the Lamu Corporation. For this benefit, the Lamu Corporation sent 2 statues back as works of art. At the same time, 6 evil god followers accompanied the statues to protect them. David had a faint smile on his face. He sensed the 2 statues. Although they were a little small, they were real statues in terms of craftsmanship and materials. He also sensed the power of faith in the 2 statues, as well as a trace of divine consciousness. In order to ensure the greatest degree of safety, the 3 level 3 evil god followers of the god of demonic charm and the god of blood each agreed to store the 2 statues together. This way, there would be 6 level 3 evil god followers to protect them together. In the Interstellar Federation, it was almost impossible to deal with 6 level 3 evil god followers at the same time, especially in a city with a population of more than 10 million. Space weapons could not be used. It could be said that even if the 2 statues were leaked, the 6 level 3 evil god followers were confident that they could protect the 2 statues and leave safely. At this time, the 6 level 3 evil god followers were sitting in front of the statues, each praying to their own god. Suddenly, a force enveloped their bodies. The 6 level 3 evil god followers did not know what was happening. This place was far away from their god. Was there a problem with the divine consciousness in the statues? They did not think that the force that was immobilizing them would come from outside. This was the Interstellar Federation. How could there be a force that could suppress them? The alarm on the 30th-floor building of the Lam Corporation went off. David ignored the alarm and walked into the building. He found the elevator and walked in. At this time, everyone on the 30th-floor building was unconscious. From David's point of view, he was already being merciful by not killing them all. Obviously, the security system of the Lam Corporation found a problem, and the elevator was forcefully locked. David did not have the intention to crack the security system. He wrapped his mind power around the elevator, and all the mechanical parts of the elevator were pulled apart by a terrifying force. The elevator was controlled by his mind power to bring David to the 29th floor. This was the exact location of the 2 statues. David walked out of the elevator and walked to a security door. The lock of the door was very complicated, but it was forcefully broken by his mind power. He walked through the broken door and saw the 6 level 3 evil god followers and the 2 statues. As if sensing danger, the 2 statues lit up. Then 2 golden lights flew into the bodies of the 2 level 3 evil god followers. At the same time, the remaining power of faith in the statues crazily rushed into the bodies of the 2 level 3 evil god followers. David looked at the scene in front of him and said coldly, "God's descent." He did not panic at all. This was the Interstellar Federation. Other than a demigod like him, who had the protection of the World Tree, any other god in the Interstellar Federation would be suppressed by the entire big world. Plus, the divine consciousness in the 2 statues was far away from the god's body. It was not in the same big world as the god's body, so the power that the divine consciousness could use was very small. It was just the power of faith in the 2 statues. However, David did not expect the god of evil spirits and the god of blood to be so determined to send out their messengers. Even though the 5 shrines controlled the great world of God, the number of messengers in each shrines was very limited. This was probably the biggest trump card that the god of evil spirits and the god of blood had left in the Interstellar Federation. Indeed, if other powerful beings from the Interstellar Federation came, even if they were stronger than the 6 level 3 evil god followers, they would still be defeated by the 2 messengers. The power of the 2 messengers was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, they reached level 5. Level 5 strength was not enough to break free from David's mind control. However, the power of the god's descent was converted from the power of faith. The level of this power was too high. David could no longer restrain them with his mind alone. The god of evil spirits and the god of blood's bodies had a part of the intelligence of the god's body. When they saw David, they were clearly confused. They saw a Federation officer wearing a general's uniform. The most important thing was that the presence of this Federation general was that of a demigod. It was this demigod presence that triggered the automatic protection of the statues and forcefully carried out the god's descent. God of evil spirits, God of blood, your matter has been exposed. Disperse the god's descent and surrender. David said in a deep voice as he looked at the 2 gods' descent. The god of evil spirits and the god of blood did not expect David to say this. Even though they were evil gods in the great world of God, they had never been humiliated like this. Kill! The god of evil spirits and the god of blood shouted at the same time. The 2 gods' descent rushed forward. The god of blood's descent waved his hand, and the entire room was filled with a sea of blood. The god of evil spirits' descent created a large number of illusions. David stood in the same place. The sea of blood, which contained corrosive energy, was blocked outside of his body when it approached. It could not touch his body at all. As for the illusions, they were full of holes in David's eyes. The 2 gods' descent also arrived in front of David under the cover of the sea of blood and illusions. 2 hands flashing with divine runes were about to press down on David. Once the 2 hands made contact, the 2 evil gods' strongest control ability would be able to take effect. However, David was faster. He moved later but arrived first. His 2 hands were faster than the 2 gods' descent and hit the bodies of the gods' descent. David was very disappointed. He originally wanted to have a good fight with the god of evil spirits and the god of blood. However, the god of evil spirits and the god of blood's descent were too weak. In the Interstellar Federation, the power of these gods' descent was suppressed to the early stage of level 5. In addition, although the 2 evil gods' innate abilities were strange, they were still far from being able to threaten David. David's 2 attacks contained the energy of the law of destruction. When they hit the 2 gods' descent, the 2 gods' descent exploded at the same time. The 2 gods' bodies turned into a bloody mist. The sea of blood and illusions in the room disappeared at the same time. The 2 gods' wills had nowhere to run. Just as they were about to return to the god statues, they were absorbed by the shadow attendant. After a short battle, There were only 4 level 3 evil god believers and 2 deity statues that had lost their divine senses left in the room. David's consciousness enveloped the 2 gods' statues. The 2 gods' statues disappeared from the room and were put into his space pendant. God statues were extremely precious. At least, David still hadn't obtained the method to create a god statue. It's time to act. David sent an order through his identity bracelet. This order was sent to all the star fields in the Interstellar Federation through Skynet. Just as David killed the 2 gods' wills, the shadow attendant absorbed the 2 gods' wills. All the believers in the great world of God felt their bodies weaken at the same time. They were shocked to find that their connection with their God had disappeared. The two-way channel of faith had been cut off. There was only one possibility for this to happen. Something had happened to the gods' statues that came with them to the Interstellar Federation. Before the believers could find out the reason, the military's operation team appeared. Without the support of the gods' statues, the believers lost all their combat power. Kaji, who was dispatched by the military, easily captured the believers on the various planets of the Interstellar Federation. If the 2 god statues hadn't been dealt with, the Interstellar Federation wouldn't have been able to capture the believers without paying a huge price. Capturing the believers was only the first step. When all the believers were captured, the rest of the military also began to move. On the War Star, teams of Kaji were dispatched. One after another, high-ranking members of the Federation were arrested. Within the Federation, the accounts of more than 10 financial groups and organizations were sealed. Investigators were sent to investigate these financial groups and organizations. Ever since these financial groups and organizations betrayed the Federation for their own benefits, their fates had been decided. These people had betrayed the Interstellar Federation and were facing the most severe punishment. Of course, most of these people didn't know how dangerous the people of the great world of God they let into the Federation were. However, the law didn't take this into consideration. The Luta financial group was also finished. President Basque was one of the first participants to be arrested. He didn't face the punishment of the law but an internal trial by the military. Chapter 1263. In the great world of God, the god of demonic charm and the god of blood felt their telepathic thoughts disappear at the same time. Although they were separated by a great world, the connection between the telepathic thoughts and their bodies could still be felt. However, all of a sudden, that faint connection disappeared. The god of demonic charm and the god of blood immediately understood that there was a problem with their idols and that they had most likely been destroyed. The reason why the god of demonic charm and the god of blood were chosen as the first batch to enter the Interstellar Federation was because these 2 gods had oracles. The oracle's function was to ensure that the followers of the evil gods heading to the Interstellar Federation had the strongest combat power. When necessary, they could even perform miracles to influence the new followers. In the great world of God, the gods' method of attracting followers was to perform miracles. Those miracles that were far beyond human imagination could have an extremely shocking effect on ordinary people. When ordinary people saw the miracles, they would feel reverence for the gods, and that reverence would lead to faith. The god of demonic charm and the god of blood didn't understand why their idols were destroyed so quickly. It should be known that this time, 1,000 followers of the evil gods had gone. In the estimation of the 12 evil gods, the hardest part wasn't spreading their faith in the Interstellar Federation, but the process of entering the Interstellar Federation. Although they had lost 2 grade 5 bishops, the whole smuggling process was still very smooth. This gave the 12 evil gods confidence in establishing faith in the Interstellar Federation. As long as the god of demonic charm and the god of blood's faith were successfully established, then the other 10 evil gods could use the same method to extend their faith to the Interstellar Federation. However, what they didn't expect was that the faith that had just gained a foothold in the Interstellar Federation would be destroyed so quickly. All the evil gods understood that after losing the two idols, even if the 1,000 followers were still alive, they would have lost their powers and would be no different from ordinary people. As for the followers of the evil gods who had lost their value, it would be very difficult for them to gain a foothold in the Interstellar Federation. Unfortunately, the Interstellar Federation was too far away. Even if the 12 evil gods wanted to find out the source, they didn't have the means to do so. In the Interstellar Federation, the military's actions were extremely forceful. The entire Federation was on tenterhooks. Of course, the cause of the incident could not be concealed. At that time, there were too many Transcendent who went to Chia City. Even if these Transcendent wanted to keep it a secret, they could not prevent people from snooping. General David was enraged and attacked again for the sake of a beauty. However, many forces were also sighing. General David's personality had become much gentler as his status rose. In the past, when something like this happened, it would usually be accompanied by the destruction of tens of thousands of people. However, this time it was handled by the military. Although the incident was also very big, it did not cause a river of blood. During the entire process, no one knew about the battle between General David and the two god-descending bodies. Only the Skynet of Bauna planet recorded the intense energy fluctuations at that time. These records had been cleaned up by the military. Only the higher-ups of the military knew that a great battle had taken place there. Of course, this great battle was determined by the military based on the Skynet record. However, in reality, the two god-descending bodies were only level 5. Under the suppression of the laws of the Interstellar Federation, David could easily take care of them. David even had a feeling that if he were to fight with the true body of a god in the Interstellar Federation, he would have a certain degree of confidence. The escort fleet formed by 200 battleships returned to the outer space of Lunka planet in the Iridia star sector. David took out a normal-looking box from his dimensional pendant and handed it to Major General Morris. Major General Morris, lead the escort fleet back to the defense line and place this at the defense line. In the future, anyone who enters or leaves will have to be illuminated by this. Only those who are not affected will be able to enter the Federation. Major General Morris' status in the Iridia star sector was very special. He was the commander of General David's private escort fleet and was considered to be General David's most trusted aide. He also controlled the powerful space combat power of 200 battleships. To a certain extent, his combat power was not weaker than the commander of a standard fleet of 10,000 battleships. Furthermore, due to the small number of battleships in the escort fleet, he was able to unleash even more terrifying combat power. Major General Morris was very grateful to General David. His only complaint was that he could not follow General David closely like a normal escort fleet. Although General David still ordered the escort fleet to return to the defense line in the Iridia star sector, he now had a specific mission. This made Major General Morris feel that he was useful. General David, I will complete the mission. Major General Morris saluted and replied. David nodded. With a wave of his hand, space was torn apart. Amidst the frantic alarm of the flagship, his figure disappeared. Major General Morris had no choice but to turn off the alarm. The way General David left was too shocking. The spatial energy fluctuation caused the flagship's AI to think that it had encountered a spatial rift. Major General Morris and the soldiers of the escort fleet were already used to General David's strength. Next to the mansion in Kia City, David walked out of the spatial passage. Seeing the sudden appearance of General David, Leona Kaji, who was patrolling, quickly informed Emma. David, you must be tired. Take a rest. Emma greeted him at the door and said with concern as she helped David change out of his uniform. Emma did not ask about David's situation outside. This was not because she did not care. She had also received some information through other channels. During this period, due to the impact of Emma's attack, from Warstar to the Federation planets, the military had arrested a large number of people. The news also reported that some important officials of the Federation had committed dereliction of duty. When Emma saw this news, she was both happy and worried. David had made such a big move to avenge her attack. She was worried that this matter involved the gods of another world. Although David was powerful, Emma was still worried about David's safety. Nearly 1,000 followers of the evil god in the Federation have been arrested, and all the organizations involved have been wiped out. These people are crazy. They don't know what the followers of the evil god are doing in the great world of God. Every time the followers of the evil god perform a sacrifice, they will often turn all the lives on a continent into sacrifices. David explained the matter as he enjoyed Emma's care. This was also the first time Emma knew that the followers of the evil god were so dangerous. She could not help but be glad that these followers of the evil god were wiped out in time. Otherwise, it could have caused a huge disaster. "How long can you stay this time?" Emma asked in a seemingly casual manner. However, David could feel Emma's anticipation, so he decided to spend more time with Emma. In fact, David was prepared to immediately return to the great world of God and find trouble with the evil god, but for Emma's anticipation, he decided to stay a little longer. "When you were in danger, many transcendent came. We should also thank them. In a few days, we will host a banquet and invite these transcendent. After that, I will rest in Kia City for 2 weeks," David said with a smile. After listening to David's arrangements, Emma's mood immediately became very good, and her movements became much lighter. David accompanied Emma for dinner and watched television together. These few days, Emma's heart had been worried about David. In a relaxed mood, she fell asleep beside David after watching television for a while. David called Leona and Nora, the 2 female Kaji, to take Emma to rest, while he went to the basement. Although he was resting, he did not stop his daily training, but it was not as intense as before. The training process after the demigod body was to continuously increase the proportion of energy in the demigod body, from half to even higher, all the way until it was 100% energized, and then one could become a god. For example, David needed to continuously absorb the energy of the law of destruction and integrate it into his demigod body, increasing the proportion of the energy of the law of destruction in his demigod body. This process could not be too fast, mainly because the increase of the demigod body's energization was not a simple process. The energy of the law of destruction in David's body was actually in a saturated state, and if he wanted to integrate even a little bit of it, he would need a lot of time to slowly integrate it. After 2 hours, he felt that his demigod body could no longer contain a trace of the energy of the law of destruction, so he ended his training. After his strength reached the demigod level, David had long surpassed the scope of an ordinary human life, and he no longer needed to sleep to recover. Of course, most of the time, he would still live according to the rules of a normal human life. Tonight, after David finished his training, he did not go to sleep. Instead, he called the shadow attendant. He placed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. This time, he had obtained 2 parts of the divine mind of the god of evil charm and the god of blood, and he was most curious about the power of the divine mind. According to David's experience, every divine mind integrated into a statue would have some kind of power. With this curiosity, David's mind entered the shadow attendant's body, and 2 knowledge balls separated from the divine mind appeared in front of him. The first thing he saw was the knowledge ball extracted from the god of blood's divine mind, and his mind focused on it. The Blood Sea Divine spell was the signature spell of the god of blood. It transformed the power of faith into a sea of blood to attack the enemy. The scariest thing about this spell was that once it was cast in a place with a high concentration of life, the power of the spell would increase rapidly with the addition of more blood. The more life there was, the more powerful it would be. At the same time, the Blood Sea Divine spell also had many control effects, such as making the enemy bleed, poison, and slow down. David shook his head. As far as he was concerned, the biggest problem with this divine art was the sea of blood that filled the sky. The Blood Sea Divine art was an area of effect divine art, but it was too evil. This evil was from the surface to the inside, and the sea of blood was obviously cast by a villain. David had powerful area of effect attacks, but he would not use the Blood Sea Divine spell. If the power of the Blood Sea Divine spell was far greater than his own attack, then he would not consider external factors. After skipping the Blood Sea Divine spell knowledge ball, David focused on the second knowledge ball. The Path of Shepherding. When he saw the name on the knowledge ball, David thought he had seen wrongly. However, after reading the detailed description, he discovered that it was actually a complete set of inheritances that allowed one to become a god through faith. David thought back to the battle against the god of demonic charms and the god of blood's godly descent bodies. At that time, the god of blood's godly descent body had used the Blood Sea Divine art, while the god of demonic charms' godly descent body had only used some illusory technique. The illusion technique of the god of demonic charm was not a powerful ability. At the time, David was confused as to why the illusion was so weak. But it turned out that the god of demonic charms' divine sense did not have a powerful attack ability, but the Path of Shepherding, the inheritance of faith. The reason why the god of demonic charm had the divine sense of the statue carry the Path of Shepherding and not a powerful attack ability was because he had considered the situation of the Interstellar Federation and some of his own plans. In the god of demonic charm's mind, the Interstellar Federation would not have a powerful attack ability. Just a normal god's descent would be enough to solve everything. The most troublesome thing about the Interstellar Federation was not fighting, but establishing a foothold. Although the statue had the ability to replace the god of demonic charm, there were still many restrictions. The god of demonic charm did not want to use the Interstellar Federation as a temporary place of faith. Instead, he wanted the Interstellar Federation to become his base of faith. The rules of the Interstellar Federation did not allow foreign gods to enter. Once they entered the Federation's territory, they would be suppressed by the rules of the big world. Coupled with the Federation's seal on gods, the god of demonic charm did not want to become a research material for the Federation's research center. Therefore, the god of demonic charm thought of a way, which was to let his divine sense find a suitable body at a certain time and use his divine sense to replace the soul of that body. After that, through the inheritance of the Path of Shepherding, he could recultivate the process of becoming a god in the Interstellar Federation. This method of operation had a huge flaw. Recultivating was equivalent to starting from the lowest level. The risk was extremely high, and it required a large amount of soul energy to replenish his divine sense. At least, this method was unrealistic in the great world of God. In the great world of God, where shrines were everywhere, the body controlled by divine sense would be treated as a normal believer of an evil god. Without any way to gain faith, he would quickly fall. But in the Interstellar Federation, there was no such problem. Although the whole process was extremely difficult, the rewards were great if he succeeded. There were many benefits to recultivating the path of becoming a god in the Interstellar Federation. First of all, there would be no shrines to interfere, and no one would purge the believers of the evil god. Developing believers here, as long as he progressed steadily, he would be able to produce more and more believers. As for soul energy, the Interstellar Federation had such a large population. Finding a city to sacrifice would be enough to obtain a large amount of soul energy. The god of demonic charms idea was good, but his believers had chosen the wrong target, causing his plan to end before it could be carried out. The inheritance of the Path of Shepherding fell into David's hands. Chapter 1264. David guided the ball of knowledge of the path of shepherding into the small world of his soul space. The ball of knowledge was caught by the world tree and turned into a sparkling fruit. David's mind came into contact with the fruit, and the entire inheritance of the path of shepherding entered his mind. The mysterious veil of faith to become a god was lifted in front of him, and he truly saw the truth of faith to become a god. The inheritance of the path of shepherding was very comprehensive. It was a complete training system. The path of shepherding was divided into training chapters, starting from attracting believers, obtaining the power of faith, using the power of faith to strengthen the soul, increasing one's strength step by step, and then building a small world, lifting the small world to become a god. The Divine Rune chapter recorded a large number of divine runes and divine rune arrays, some of which David had already grasped, and many of which he had never seen before. The manufacturing chapter was about how to create divine weapons, strengthen small worlds, and so on. The Divine Arts chapter was about how to create divine art. The Exploration chapter was about how to enter the space turbulence and obtain items. David no longer underestimated the god of evil charms. He couldn't imagine how the god of evil charms could have such a comprehensive inheritance of faith to become a god. In fact, David misunderstood. This wasn't the inheritance of the god of evil charms' faith to become a god, or rather, not all of it. The most glorious era of the gods was the Age of Gods, but before the Age of Dragons, it was the era when the gods' inheritance was fully integrated. Under the pressure from the dragons, the gods selflessly brought out their own legacies and research members. They were constantly supplementing their belief system to become gods for the sake of survival. In the Age of Dragons, the gods cultivated new gods, passing on their knowledge of faith to become a god, and in this process, the inheritance of faith to become a god was perfected step by step. The Age of Dragons allowed the gods' training system to reach its peak, which also made the dragons withdraw from the stage of history. It was also because the inheritance of faith to become a god was almost made public, that after the Age of Dragons ended, there were too many gods in the Age of Gods. When there were too many gods, the believers couldn't support so many gods, and if the gods wanted to become stronger, they needed more believers. Although the Age of Gods was glorious, it was also a tragedy for the gods. A large number of gods fell during the Age of Gods. The path of shepherding of the god of demonic charms was an inheritance from the era of the war with dragons. In today's great world of God, this inheritance had long become the most precious inheritance. The 5 great shrines had spent tens of thousands of years to clear the world of all information regarding this inheritance. Only a deity like the god of demonic charms would have such a comprehensive inheritance of faith to become a deity. The path of shepherding was named after the belief that the gods had led the world as lost lambs. David repeatedly studied the path of shepherding in his mind. His main focus was on the training section. In his current state, he found that if he wanted to become a god through faith, he only needed to build a small world to support it. As for David's small world in the soul space, he compared it to the records on the road of shepherding, and found that the small world in the soul space was completely different from the small world of the god. It should be said that David's small world in the soul space had long become a real world. Perhaps it was still far from the big world, but it was much more complete than the small world of the gods. The strength of the gods mainly came from the use of their divine power. Before becoming a demigod, they also needed to focus on a certain ability. After becoming a god, this ability would become the main ability of the gods. After becoming a god, what they needed to do was to continuously strengthen their main ability through the belief of their followers. Just like the god of justice, the god of justice had always been committed to the belief of justice. He also became the bearer of the great world of God's oath. In this process, the god of justice's power of justice was constantly strengthening. This was why the god of justice could use the power of justice to heavily injure many insect gods in the divine war. This was the manifestation of strengthening a certain ability to the extreme. The God of justice had 1/5 of the great world of God's belief. In tens of thousands of years, countless people used various oaths to strengthen the God of justice's power of justice. Of course, the gods did not only have one main ability. There were many other abilities, which were slowly developed according to their own characteristic. Most importantly, David discovered the biggest difference between a god who had become a god through faith and a god who had become a god through cultivation. When a god who had become a god through faith became a god, all of his spirit would be converted into divine thoughts. Every divine thought was equivalent to an independent brain. Even if a god had trillions of followers, he could still manage them through these divine thoughts. There was no need for the main soul of the god to consume energy. David looked at himself. If he became a god now, he would meet all the requirements, but his strength would not be very strong. This was because he lacked an ability to provide faith. The most important thing was that he had missed the time to learn the main ability. He was now a demigod. Although the Edict of Destruction was very powerful, it was a fusion of the Edict of Strength and the Edict of Speed. These two edicts were edicts that could be mastered by those who cultivated to godhood. This made the Edict of Destruction, to a large extent, also a power that could be mastered by those who cultivated to godhood. David resisted the temptation and abandoned the idea of becoming a god immediately. To be honest, when he saw the conditions to create a small world, he realized that he had everything he needed to create a small world. 100 divine power crystals and 1,000,000 followers could construct the framework of a small world, forming the most basic small world. This small world was enough for a demigod who became a god through belief to become a god. After becoming a god, he could continue to strengthen the small world, making it bigger and bigger, and making the rules more comprehensive. However, David also found some ways to strengthen the divine body by using the power of faith. These methods were 100 times better than the crude methods used by the Zerg. David's mind moved, and this part was transmitted into the souls of the Blade Mantis Emperor clone and the Titan Golden Emperor clone through the soul connection. The Blade Mantis Emperor clone and the Titan Golden Emperor clone shared an imperial inheritance pattern. After their resurrection, their strength dropped a lot. Recently, they had been relying on the power of faith provided by the imperial inheritance pattern to recover their strength. However, the effect was really not good. One had to know that the Blade Mantis Emperor clone and the Titan Gold Armored Emperor clone had both used divine power to strengthen their divine bodies for tens of thousands of years. After dying once, most of the strengthening effects in their divine bodies disappeared. After the Blade Mantis Emperor clone and the Titan Golden Emperor clone obtained new knowledge, their divine souls absorbed and mastered the knowledge at a rapid pace. Not long after, the power of faith gushing out from the imperial inheritance pattern was converted into divine power. It did not directly strengthen the divine body. Instead, it was converted into strange divine runes under the mental power of the Blade Mantis Emperor clone and the Titan Golden Emperor clone. The divine runes fell on the divine body and flashed with a dark golden light. Then, the divine runes disappeared. David sensed it with his mind. Just the strengthening of a single divine rune was many times better than the direct strengthening of divine power. The most important thing was that the strengthening effect of the divine runes was not only to strengthen one's defense, but it also had other special effects. For example, the Speed Divine Rune could increase the speed of the divine body, and the Strength Divine Rune could increase the strength of the divine body. The addition of a single divine rune would not make much of a difference. However, if the divine rune was strengthened by 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, or even more, the effects would continue to increase. Of course, during this process, the amount of divine power needed was even more shocking. Without a large number of believers, it would be impossible to support such a strengthening process. In addition, normal gods didn't need a divine body that was too strong at all. They mostly used a kind of divine rune that increased their defense and kept stacking it to increase their defense effect. The Blade Mantis Emperor clone and the Titan Golden Emperor clone did not need to worry about using up divine power. With the replenishment of the Imperial Inheritance pattern and the power of faith of the entire bug race, they could use their divine power without worry. David waited until the Blade Mantis Emperor clone and the Titan Golden Emperor clone were on the right track. Only then did he withdraw his mind from the two god-level bug clones in the bug world. There was a smile on his face. With the inheritance of the path of shepherding, the most obvious benefit to him was that the Blade Mantis Emperor clone and Titan Gold Armored Emperor clone could improve their strength faster. It would take at most a year for them to return to their previous state. If given more time, after more than a year, the Blade Mantis Emperor clone and the Titan Golden Emperor clone would increase their strength by a little bit every day. David was already thinking about returning to the bug world when he had the time and using this method to strengthen his battle body. Although his battle body's current state was not weak, who would be worried about his own strength being too strong? He began to study the manufacturing chapter again. After reading the manufacturing chapter, he could not help but feel a heartache for his own waste. Previously, David was proud of being able to forge a demigod longsword. However, after reading the manufacturing chapter, he realized how wasteful it was. For example, if he were to forge a normal knight's sword using the manufacturing method of a divine artifact, a demigod-grade material would be barely enough to be used as a divine artifact material. The amount of demigod-grade material consumed would only be the size of a finger. A demigod-grade longsword forged using the divine artifact method was not much different from the demigod-grade longsword forged by David in terms of power. It also had the ability to repair itself. However, the materials used to forge a demigod-grade longsword were enough to forge dozens of demigod-grade longswords. Fortunately, those demigod-grade materials were obtained by David from the bug world. He still had a lot of demigod-grade materials in his hands, so he was not too upset about it. Moreover, the demigod-grade longswords that he had forged before were all used by his own people. If he needed them, he could take them back and forge them again at any time. Of course, there were many benefits to the manufacturing method of a divine artifact, but there were also other requirements. One of them was the consumption of divine power. A demigod-grade material could be considered a divine artifact material. Although it was the worst kind, the problem of a divine artifact material was satisfied. Divine power was an insurmountable problem for most forgers. Even though shrines could use faith power, there was still a difference between faith power and divine power. Divine power was transformed from faith power by the gods. Divine power was more precious and harder to control. Therefore, all this time, only the gods could create divine weapons. No other experts could create them. David was like a curious child. He reached out his hand and a demigod-grade material appeared in his hand. His mind went into the statue of the Shrines of Destruction in his soul dimension. 4,000-century-old ascetics, and the rest of the illusory humans were providing faith power to the Shrines of Destruction. 4,000-century-old ascetics were equivalent to 40 million ordinary believers. In front of the statue of the Shrines of Destruction, a divine power crystal was about to form. The eyes of the statue moved, and David controlled the statue with his mind. The faith power gathered in the statue was transformed into divine power and turned into divine runes. David's main body moved, and a demigod-grade material appeared in front of the statue of the Shrines of Destruction. He didn't dare to use divine power in the Interstellar Federation. The god of evil charm and the god of blood were only level 5, so they didn't alert the Interstellar Federation's detection equipment. David wasn't sure if the Interstellar Federation would notice if he directly transferred divine power from the Shrines of Destruction. The demigod-grade material was only the size of a finger. As soon as it came in front of the statue, it was surrounded by divine runes. These divine runes were shaped divine runes. When a demigod-grade material was fused with a shaped divine rune, the final product would be shape. The shape wasn't just a shape, but it was determined by the number of shaped divine runes and the amount of divine power consumed. David entered the shape of a standard knight's longsword. The small demigod-grade material was fused with the shaped divine runes and turned into a small knight's longsword. During this process, the unformed divine power crystal placed in front of the statue was completely drained of its divine power. Not only that, but more than half of the divine power stored in the Temple of Annihilation was consumed as well. This was the accumulation of more than a year, and so much of it was consumed in such a short time. David also understood why the gods valued divine artifacts so much. Not to mention the rarity of the materials, the consumption of divine power in the process of making divine artifacts was enough to make him, a demigod who didn't need any divine power to improve himself, feel a little heartache. With a thought, some divine power crystals were moved from the dimension pendant to the statue of the Shrines of Destruction in the small world of his soul to provide divine power support for the subsequent creation. No matter how much it cost, this first experiment had to be completed. Even if it was heartache, he had to complete the first divine artifact of his life. Chapter 1265. In the Hall of the Shrines of Destruction, the finger-sized knight's sword was floating in front of the statue. Divine power was constantly gathering into the knight's sword. At this time, it was no longer the shaping rune, but the contraction rune. It was because of the contraction rune that the finger-sized knight's sword could be turned into the size of a normal knight's sword when needed. It could become a standard knight's sword. Of course, if a god wanted to make a knight's sword, he wouldn't consider such a small knight's sword. This was because gods needed to consider the size of the user when making a knight's sword for themselves. A god's body was usually more than 100 meters tall, and it was normal for them to be 200 meters tall. Therefore, when a god made a knight's sword, he needed to consider the use of his body. He wouldn't make a knight's sword that was too small. As for the problem of gods considering the use of a knight's sword for ordinary people, that was under the premise that his body could use it. Take the knight's sword in David's hand as an example. This knight's sword looked like an ordinary knight's sword, but when needed, the knight's sword could be turned into a weapon used by a 200-meter giant at any time. David was now making a finger-sized knight's sword. Under the effect of the contraction rune, he could turn it into a standard knight's sword with just a thought. When he was making a knight's sword, David realized that the cost of making a knight's sword was so high. Fortunately, he chose to make a finger-sized knight's sword. If he wanted to make a knight's sword for gods, he didn't need to worry about the materials, but he needed a lot of divine power. At least with David's own power of faith, he couldn't make a knight's sword for 1,000 years. It was no wonder that every god cherished their knight's sword very much, and they didn't have many of them. Under this kind of consumption, it was almost impossible to make a knight's sword in large quantities. The knight's sword was integrated with many runes, and mysterious patterns appeared on its surface. David looked at the amount of divine power crystals he had left, then used his divine power to form an exhilarating rune, which he infused into the small knight's sword. David didn't want the first divine artifact he had personally crafted to have any flaws. His consumption of divine power was still within an acceptable range. Although he had wasted quite a few divine power crystals, the experience of crafting a divine artifact was still a valuable experience. In the end, David added a Master Recognition rune to the small knight's sword. Only then did he complete his first divine weapon creation. David took out the small knight's sword from the small world in his soul space. This knight's sword was like a toy, it didn't recognize him as its master. It was a divine artifact that he made and used his divine power. Even if it didn't recognize him as its master, he could still control it at will. With a thought, the finger-sized knight's sword in his hand turned into a standard knight's sword. After it turned into a standard knight's sword, the mysterious patterns on the sword became clearer. There was a stream of light flowing on the dark golden blade. David waved the sword and felt the sword's condition. He also activated the acceleration effect. The acceleration effect could be activated for 10 seconds, once every 30 minutes. To be honest, he felt that the knight's sword in his hand wasn't any weaker than his divine knight's sword. If he used the same amount of materials as the divine knight's sword, he could guarantee that the power of the knight's sword would surpass that of the divine knight's sword. What David didn't know was that the demigod-level materials, which were nothing in his eyes, were difficult to obtain even for the gods. The materials in the hands of the gods were generally bred from small worlds, but it was extremely slow for a small world to breed divine-level materials. There was another way, which was to obtain them in the space-time turbulence. But that was even more dangerous. Every time one entered the space-time turbulence, it would take a long time to prepare. Thus, all this time, the materials used to refine divine artifacts were the main reason why divine artifacts were restricted, while divine power was another secondary reason. Take the divine knight's sword for example. This divine knight's sword was not used by the god of war himself. It was given to the gods to use. In the process of making it, many materials were used. This kind of combination could not increase the power of the divine knight's sword, but it could reduce the consumption of precious materials. This also caused the divine knight's sword to not be too powerful. On the other hand, the divine golden battle axe that David didn't pay much attention to was the real precious divine weapon. Because that divine weapon was the divine weapon used by the god of war himself, the materials used in its creation were all the most precious divine weapon materials. David casually put away the small divine longsword. He sat quietly in the basement and recalled the process of making it. His heart skipped a beat, and his mind went back to the Blade Mantis Emperor's clone and the Titan Golden Emperor's clone. The Titan Golden Emperor's clone stopped training and opened its eyes. The Blade Mantis Emperor's clone suddenly flashed its blade arm. This terrifying attack contained divine power, and it tore the space apart. The Titan Golden Emperor's clone did not move. It allowed the Blade Mantis Emperor's blade arm to sweep past it. The Blade Mantis Emperor's blade arm cut off a small piece of the Titan Golden Emperor's golden armor. With the defense of the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor's clone, it was estimated that only under the condition that the Blade Mantis Emperor's clone, who possessed the strongest attack of the Bug Tribe's god level, could damage the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor's clone. Only then would it be able to damage the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor's clone. This small piece of the golden armor was very small. Let alone the huge body of the Titan Golden Emperor's clone, even for a normal person, it was very small. Therefore, this was not a loss to the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor's clone. In addition, the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor's clone had lavishly drank a large mouthful of the indestructible life force. Therefore, the damaged golden armor only took a few breaths of time to recover. However, the recovered golden armor still needed a long time to be strengthened before it could be restored to its original defense. The Blade Mantis Emperor's clone swung out another blade arm, and the small piece of the golden armor split into two pieces of the same size. Each piece of the golden armor was the size of a coin, and it was held in the air by the consciousness of the Titan Golden Emperor's clone. Under the control of the consciousness of the Titan Golden Emperor's clone, the godly power that flowed out of the Emperor Inheritance rune turned into molding runes and fell on the two pieces of golden armor. Under the support of the majestic godly power of the Emperor Inheritance rune, the godly power turned into molding runes, and the two pieces of golden armor that were the size of coins also changed. The two pieces of golden armor turned into two identical rings. There was a small line of words inside the rings. When David controlled the Titan Golden Emperor's clone to fuse the molding runes into the golden armor, he felt the importance of materials. Previously, when he used demigod materials to make the Night Sword, he felt that when fusing demigod materials with the runes, he had to pay attention to the material's endurance. He couldn't just fuse too many runes, or else the demigod materials wouldn't be able to withstand it and would break down during the process. But when using the divine armor material provided by the Titan Golden Emperor's clone, it was different. When the molding runes were fused into the divine armor material, it felt like a piece of cake. David remembered that in the creation of the Seed of Shepherding, the first thing to do to make a divine item stronger was to use better divine materials. Only better divine materials could fuse with more runes, and more runes could increase the power of a divine item. Of course, there were many other ways to increase the power of a divine item. For example, placing the divine item in shrines and having believers worship it would increase the power of the divine item. The Titan Golden Emperor's clone continued to channel the godly power from the Emperor Inheritance rune. The godly power turned into a contraction rune and fused into a pair of rings. David didn't fuse too much of the contraction rune into the rings. According to his calculations, most of the space in the rings was given to the Guardian rune. The Guardian rune copied a part of the Creator's defense to protect the user of the divine item. The Titan Golden Emperor's clone's defense was very strong, so the Guardian rune it generated was very powerful. For a few hours, the Titan Golden Emperor's clone kept fusing the Guardian rune into the rings. In order to ensure that there was enough godly power, the Blade Mantis Emperor's clone even stopped training. David realized that perhaps the godly insectoids were the most suitable ones to make divine items. Unfortunately, the rules of the world limited them, so they couldn't have too much knowledge. The godly insectoids were born with godly materials. Their outer shell was made of godly materials, and with the Emperor Inheritance rune providing them with almost unlimited godly power, all the difficulties of making divine items were solved. Just like now, if David was making divine items in the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation, just the godly power consumption alone would be enough to bankrupt him. However, in the insectoid world, making two divine items at the same time only required two godly insectoids to stop training for a few hours. Of course, if David wanted to make a divine item that a giant could use, he wouldn't be able to complete it so quickly. However, that was just a matter of how much time the Emperor Inheritance rune took. The Titan Golden Emperor's clone embedded two top-level dimensional stones into the rings and fused 50 space runes into them. Finally, the Titan Golden Emperor's clone fused the Master Recognition rune into the two divine item rings and completed the creation of the two divine item rings. David waved his hand and a small wormhole formed. In the insectoid world, the Titan Golden Emperor's clone shrunk his body and sent the two divine item rings to the insectoid world's safety point through the portal. He then threw the two rings into the wormhole. In the Interstellar Federation, David grabbed the two divine item rings and they fell into his hand. David looked at the time on his bracelet. It was already 7 in the morning. He opened the door to the basement and went back to his room to wash up. When he came to the dining room, there was already an exquisite breakfast on the table. Emma was pouring milk into a cup. When she saw him, she smiled happily. David saw Emma's smile and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Out of the 3 worlds, this was probably the only place that could be considered his true harbor. The two of them didn't say anything and ate their breakfast together. There were many people in the villa, but they didn't disturb the two of them. Everyone knew that the two of them didn't have much time together. David smiled as he took out a box and handed it to Emma. He said gently, "Emma, I haven't gotten you a present. I've prepared one for you. I hope you like it." Emma looked at the box. It was obviously a jewelry box. She opened it with curiosity and anticipation. Inside the box was a dark gold ancient servant ring. The ring flashed with light from time to time, and mysterious runes could be vaguely seen in the light. Emma used her hand to cover her mouth that was slightly agape from shock, her eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Especially when her gaze swept over David's finger and found that there was an identical ring on it, a strong sense of joy rose in her heart. As the Heavenly Queen of the Galactic Federation, Emma had seen many pieces of jewelry. She had many pieces of jewelry herself, but she was certain that this was her favorite piece of jewelry. This had nothing to do with the value of the ring. Even if the ring was made of ordinary copper, she would still like it. This was because this was a gift from David. It was one of a pair of rings. Emma gently picked up the ring. She saw a set of words on the inner wall of the ring. "My heart will last forever." Behind it was David Kerr's name. "My Heart Will Last Forever" was the first song that David wrote for Emma. To the two of them, "My Heart Will Last Forever" was extremely important. David engraved "My Heart Will Last Forever" on the ring to express his feelings. Emma's heart warmed. Although David usually didn't say anything romantic, David used a better way to express his feelings. Emma carefully put the ring on her ring finger. A strange thing happened. The ring that was originally a bit big automatically shrank to a suitable size. "This is a pair of rings called Eternal Guardian. I'll guide you to make it recognize you as its owner," David said as he used his mind to guide Emma's mind to recognize her as its owner. After Emma's spirit successfully recognized the ring as its owner, she sensed a space from the Eternal Guard. Then, more information was transmitted into her mind. Emma knew about space items. David had even given her one before. However, the space in front of her was obviously much bigger. In addition, the Eternal Guard could also activate the protection function to protect her life. The Eternal Guard can withstand a demigod-level attack for 30 breaths. At the same time, when you are attacked, the Eternal Guard will know through the Eternal Guard on my finger that you are in danger. I will rush over immediately, David introduced with a smile. In fact, with the Eternal Guard's protection effect, as long as she wasn't attacked by a doomsday weapon, there was almost nothing in the Interstellar Federation that could hurt Emma. Chapter 1266. The Eternal Guardian wasn't just a divine artifact, it was also a divine artifact ring with the ability to store and protect items. More importantly, it was David's promise to his love. In the Interstellar Federation, the normal age of marriage was 40 years old. If both parties were in love before, then they could pledge their love. The two Eternal Guardians were David and Emma's token of love. Although David didn't say it, Emma was very clear about it. Some things didn't need to be said. In the next 2 days, Emma's face was full of smiles. From time to time, she would touch the Eternal Guardian on her finger. The two Kaji girls by Emma's side were also happy for Emma. They secretly told this good news to Emma's mother, Madame Amelia. This news also made Madame Amelia feel relieved. After all, the family could be said to be bound together with General David. Or rather, they were completely dependent on General David's forces. Although Madame Amelia knew that General David and Emma had a very good relationship, General David and Emma were both too young. They would be tested too much. This made Madame Amelia, who was used to seeing breakups, very worried. More importantly, General David and Emma hadn't really settled down yet. Only when General David gave the token of love did Madame Amelia feel relieved. David mobilized the military to send an invitation to the Transcendent who came to rescue the other day. Additionally, he also sent an invitation to the military and high-ranking government officials. On the afternoon of the banquet, the best restaurant in Kia City was protected by the military and police. The surrounding roads were completely sealed off. In the sky there were more than 10 small warships patrolling. Even in space there was a fleet on standby. Before the banquet started, a top-grade hovercar arrived in front of the restaurant. The people who came down from the hovercar handed in their invitation at the door. This banquet didn't allow people to enter, so each invitation could only allow one person to enter. However, none of the invited guests had any objections. This banquet was already the best banquet in the Iridia star system. Ever since General David took charge of the Iridia sector's military, he had never really met with the other parties. This was a rare opportunity for him to get close to General David. The Transcendent had also put away their usual arrogance. They were very punctual and arrived at almost the same time, neither early nor late. In front of the banquet hall, the two knights stood still while Lieutenant General Bradford greeted the guests as the half-host. General David's status was too high. Among the guests this time, there were very few who could trouble him to welcome them. However, when the Fox Transcendent arrived, David took the initiative to welcome them at the door. Transcendent Fox came with 3 disciples. When his gaze swept past the two knights, his pupils contracted slightly. Although he was only level 3, he still had a good eye. He could sense extreme danger from the two knights. Previously, the 12 level 4 Sky Knight had also given Fox Transcendent a sense of danger, but it was obviously not as strong as today. It could only be said that the two knights' strength had increased. Fox Transcendent Fox remembered General David saying that he wanted to increase the strength of the knight escort. However, he didn't expect General David to really do it in just a few days. Transcendent Fox saw the same rings on General David's and Emma's fingers and smiled. "I have to congratulate David and Emma. Remember to invite me to your wedding," Transcendent Fox said with a smile. Emma blushed slightly at Fox Transcendent Fox's words, but she didn't avoid it. Ever since she put on Eternal Guardian, her relationship with David was confirmed. "I'll definitely invite Uncle Fox." David smiled generously and said to the 3 disciples beside Fox Transcendent Fox, "You guys come too." The level of the banquet was beyond Fox Transcendent Fox's imagination. Not only did they see the high officials of Kia, but even the high officials of the Iridia star sector were present. Not to mention the military. Those who appeared were all generals. David brought Emma through the banquet. This was also the first time he brought Emma to such an important event. He was officially establishing his relationship with Emma to the entire Iridia star sector. Emma's identity also changed from a Sky Queen to an important figure in the Federation. The guests looked at Emma with envy. Many people knew that this huge incident that shook the Federation and involved many factions was caused by Emma's attack. Especially the rings on their fingers. Those who were able to attend the banquet were all smart people. How could they not know the meaning behind it? David brought Emma in front of Madame Amelia and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Madame Amelia." Madame Amelia looked at David and Emma with some emotion. A dignified deputy commander of the Federation had written a song for Emma for love, and even sang a love song together. This matter had become a model of love in the Interstellar Federation and attracted the envy of countless people. "David, you have to treat Emma well." Madame Amelia gently patted Emma and told David. Madame Amelia's current actions were like handing Emma over to David. Emma smiled and leaned closer to David. Today, Emma was the happiest woman in the world. Many pairs of eyes were looking at them. The official relationship between General David and Emma would spread throughout the Iridia star sector. This was also something that David intended. Although 12 level 5 Temple Knight and the divine artifact Eternal Guardian could protect Emma, the best way was to ensure that Emma did not get into any trouble. Let all the factions in the Federation know that Emma was David's reverse scale. Coupled with the government and the military taking care of her, it was believed that those factions would not have the guts to make a move against Emma. Actually, even if David did not do this, it was likely that no one in the Interstellar Federation would have dared to provoke Emma again. This time, even the intelligence organization that passed on the information was uprooted. All the members of the Luda financial group who were directly involved were sent to military prison, and their assets were confiscated. Many intelligence organizations blocked any information related to Emma. They were worried that someone would use this information to anger General David. In the following month, David and Emma played around Lunka Planet. Emma also rejected all activities to spend this rare time with just the two of them. In this month, whether it was the Interstellar Federation, the Great World of God, or the Insectoid World, it was all very peaceful. However, under this peace there was an undercurrent. The 12 evil gods were in their own small worlds, and they met again through illusions. Mother Goddess of the Forest, how is your contact with demigod Arthur? Any progress? Death asked the Mother Goddess of the Forest. No progress. Demigod Arthur went into seclusion again. I don't know when he will end his seclusion. The Mother Goddess of the Forest shook her head. The Mother Goddess of the Forest had her own thoughts. She only said that demigod Arthur refused to cooperate, but she didn't say anything about her discovery. This was her backup plan. Becoming a vassal god would lose a lot, such as the most important freedom. However, the Mother Goddess of the Forest was different. Even in the twilight of the gods, the Mother Goddess of the Forest was in a protected position. Although she could rely on the supply of resources to gain some status, it was impossible for her to have complete freedom. In order to maintain her current status, the Mother Goddess of the Forest needed to distribute the resources she cultivated in her small world to the other gods. Therefore, in order to attract the life energy of the Mother Goddess of the Forest, the Mother Goddess of the Forest was willing to become a vassal god of demigod Arthur. I heard that the Interstellar Federation failed? Death looked at the god of demonic charm and the god of blood. The Interstellar Federation has at least a legendary powerhouse. The descent of the god of blood and I failed. The god of demonic charm and the statue were destroyed. The god of demonic charm said in a low voice, "The information we received was wrong. Did the 5 shrines deliberately mislead us?" The god of blood was also a little annoyed. The god of demonic charm and the god of blood suffered a great loss in this operation. They weren't the 5 shrines who were rich and powerful. Every statue of theirs was extremely precious. Losing believers was a small matter, but the precious statues and important gods' envoys were huge losses that they couldn't bear. The god of fire shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be the case. We gathered the information about the Interstellar Federation from various sources. It can't be that all the nobles' information is fake." The god of demonic charm insisted, "But the truth is that the Interstellar Federation destroyed our divine sense." The god of shadow said in a low voice, "The Interstellar Federation doesn't need to try anymore. I've received news that the second batch of believers sent to the Interstellar Federation was discovered when they left the Interstellar Federation war zone and were about to enter the Interstellar Federation. Those who resisted were all killed by the warships. After the first batch of believers brought by the god of demonic charm and the god of blood successfully entered the Galactic Federation to spread their faith, the god of shadow sent out a batch of believers without discussing with the other gods. Actually, this was understandable. Among the 12 gods of the twilight of the gods, most of them had their own ulterior motives. This kind of private action was so common that the god of shadow didn't even feel that there was anything wrong with it. The god of shadow completely copied the experience of the god of demonic charm and the god of blood and bribed the nobles to transport his believers through the interstellar spaceship. He was very lucky, and this batch of believers wasn't discovered by the Guardian planet. Of course, this was also related to the divine spells of the god of shadow that could hide his presence. Luck and divine spells allowed this batch of believers to successfully sneak past the Guardian planet. From the border to the outer space of the Warstar, and even into the Warstar, bribing the Federation was very easy. At the time, David was still investigating and hadn't attacked the Warstar. This allowed this batch of believers of the God of Shadow to successfully sneak into the Interstellar Federation's war zone before they were cleaned up. After obtaining a new identity in the war zone, This batch of believers of the God of Shadow almost thought that they had completely succeeded. They rested in the Interstellar Federation's war zone for a while before taking the spaceship of a Federation organization that they had bribed and preparing to enter the Federation's territory. Everything went very smoothly, and after many inspections, they finally left the war zone and entered the last checkpoint, the Iridia star system's defense line. Originally, the believers of the God of Shadow thought that the Iridia star system's defense line was the easiest checkpoint. This checkpoint was mainly to prevent illegal immigration, and since the believers of the God of Shadow were taking regular spaceships, they had to go through relatively legal procedures. However, just as the believers of the God of Shadow were taking their spaceship into the defense line, they received an order that all personnel had to be inspected. Every spaceship that wanted to enter the Federation's territory had to pass by a battleship, and all the crew members had to gather in the cockpit and stand on the side of the battleship to wait for inspection. Although all the spaceships had some complaints, they had to endure facing a fleet of tens of thousands of battleships, not to mention that it was just one more inspection. The believers of the God of Shadow didn't care about this inspection. Perhaps from their point of view, this inspection was far inferior to the previous checkpoint's inspection. The previous checkpoint's inspection used more professional equipment. The spaceships of the believers of the God of Shadow were lined up in the queue. The inspection of the spaceships in front was very fast, and all they had to do was pass by the battleship slowly. Finally, it was the turn of the believers of the God of Shadow's spaceship. The crew of the spaceship told the believers that they had to gather in the cockpit and not take any chances because the life force scanner would detect anyone who dared to evade the inspection. In addition, the crew also told the believers of the God of Shadow that their identities were completely legal. This made the believers of the God of Shadow less worried. They stood in the cockpit and watched as the spaceship slowly approached the battleship. Just as the spaceship approached the battleship, a box in the battleship emitted a pure white light, and this pure white light instantly enveloped the spaceship beside it. "Damn it, it's the divine light spell!" Screams and cries of shock mixed together into one. The detection method David had prepared was the divine light rune circle, which used several divine power crystals as energy. Normally, it would not be activated, but when an evil god's follower was discovered, the divine light rune circle would be activated. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the divine light spell circle could be used for many years without worrying about energy issues. The followers of the God of Shadow were unlucky enough to become the first victims of the divine light rune formation. The divine light spell circle that was powered by the divine crystals released the divine light spell circle's power was enough to injure a level 5 bishop. It had a fatal effect on believers below level 4. The believers that were sent to the Interstellar Federation were all below level 4. This was because a level 4 believer's energy level would be detected by the Federation's scanning device. The believers of the God of Shadow were reduced to ashes by the divine light spell, and this spaceship was targeted by multiple main cannons. Chapter 1267. It could be said that David's act of placing the light divine pattern array on the Iridia star system's defense line had completely cut off any evil god believers from entering the Interstellar Federation. Moreover, after Warstar had been reorganized, anyone who wanted to help the people of the great world of God for personal benefits would have to consider the consequences. The God of Shadows did not hide the fact that he had sent out a second batch of believers. He made it clear that he could no longer send believers to the Interstellar Federation. Upon hearing this news, the other evil god believers fell silent. Although the evil gods were now constantly using bewitching methods in the great world of gods to lure new believers to join them, this mission was actually not worth it in the midst of the encirclement and suppression of the 5 great temples and aristocrats. The bewitching methods of the evil gods consumed divine power, and after so many years of slumber, each of the evil gods was extremely lacking in faith energy. Every time the believers the evil gods obtained through their bewitching methods were disposed of by the shrines or the nobles' knights, they would lose a portion of their faith energy. In addition, the newly obtained believers would not be able to provide them with much faith energy in a short period of time, so the evil gods were actually losing out. Now that the Galactic Federation was no longer a channel to spread their faith, the awakening of the evil gods was meaningless. The evil gods could not continue their slumber. Without obtaining believers and a large amount of faith energy, rashly entering a deep slumber was likely to result in an eternal slumber. It must be known that even the souls of small worlds would slowly weaken and die, and each resurrection required a large amount of faith energy. There were many places in small worlds that required faith energy, and once the faith energy of the small world was not enough to resurrect a dead soul, the faith energy of the small world would lose its source. The result was that the small world would lose its supply of faith energy, and when the small world collapsed, it would bring the sleeping gods into the chaotic streams of space. The 12 gods who had lived for tens of thousands of years did not want to become part of the chaotic streams of space. Their small worlds would be turned into materials for the chaotic streams of space to be harvested by other gods. I suggest summoning the dragons. Do any of you object? Death glanced at the other gods in the illusion and asked. The eyes of many gods flickered. They thought of the consequences of the return of the dragons to the great world of God. Perhaps that would be the end of all the gods in the great world of God. However, this was also an opportunity for the gods. The battle between the dragons and the 5 gods would give the 12 gods a chance. Some gods even thought that once the great world of God fell into war, they would have the opportunity to enslave a large number of people to become believers. As long as there were a large number of believers, even if these believers died in the war, their souls would enter the small world and become the source of their power of faith. As for the safety of the great world of God, they didn't care about it now. The Mother Goddess didn't say anything. She didn't want to summon the dragons at all. She had her own plans, but in this case it was useless for her to object. She could clearly feel how desperate the gods were before and how crazy they were now. Then get ready to summon the believers. A large number of creatures are needed to open the summoning circle. This work is not easy, Death said in a deep voice. Although none of the gods agreed, their silence was also a kind of attitude. The Mother Goddess looked at the figures in the illusion disappearing one by one. Her face was heavy. She needed to do something. She was not desperate, so she didn't want to go crazy. The beautiful Lady Catherine of the Hopkinson family had not been discovered by Lord Ludwig since the last time she went to Gammy Star. It wasn't that Lord Ludwig didn't care about Countess Catherine, but the usually well-behaved Countess Catherine made Lord Ludwig think that she would do something unexpected. Lady Catherine, who was reading a book in boredom, suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes. Then she stood up and went to the study to take the coat of arms of Lord Ludwig. Legend Annabelle was not on Gammy Star. Gammy Star was guarded by the legendary knight Anton. After receiving the teleportation request, the legendary knight Anton immediately sent a signal to David, who was far away in the Interstellar Federation. David, who was accompanying Emma, split a part of his mind and entered the body of the legendary knight Anton. The legendary knight Anton knew who Lady Catherine was. If it was the real Lady Catherine, it would be impossible for her to apply for teleportation to Gammy Star. Only the Mother Goddess of the forest could do this. David's mind entered the soul of the legendary knight Anton and took over the body of the legendary knight. He waved his hand and agreed to Lady Catherine's teleportation request. He also flew to the planet-level teleportation gate and waited for the arrival of Lady Catherine. Lady Catherine's figure appeared in front of the planet-level teleportation gate. The temperament in her eyes was not the temperament of an ordinary lady at all. It was the temperament of someone who had lived for thousands of years and experienced countless stories. Mother Goddess of the Forest, what are you doing here? The legendary knight Anton's temperament also changed greatly. He knew that Lady Catherine was the mother goddess of the forest, but he still asked with an equal attitude. The mother goddess of the forest looked at the legendary knight Anton. Her eyes flashed with doubt, but she soon became clear. The mother goddess of the forest bowed slightly and said, "Great demigod Arthur, I want to meet with you. I have something important to discuss." The mother goddess of the forest was not too surprised. The state of the legendary knight Anton was normal among the gods, just like how he could possess Lady Catherine. It was just that the mother goddess of the forest didn't expect demigod Arthur to have such means. After all, only gods could do this. However, demigod Arthur was magical. He had Black Dragon Alexis as his subordinate and reached demigod rank in just a few years. At the same time, he also had that mysterious life force absorbing his body. It was not strange for a demigod like Arthur to have some special abilities. What is so important that you need to meet face to face? Is this not okay? David was in the Interstellar Federation. He controlled the legendary knight Anton and asked, "I have to tell you in front of demigod Arthur. This is related to the safety of the great world of God." The mother goddess of the forest insisted. The mother goddess of the forest believed in demigod Arthur, but she didn't believe in the legendary knight Anton. She wanted to communicate with demigod Arthur face to face and feel his life force again to strengthen her determination to rely on demigod Arthur. David thought for a moment and said, "Anton will take you to the hall to rest. I'll be right back." David was in the Interstellar Federation and looked at Emma apologetically. He promised Emma that he would accompany her for a while. It had only been a month, and he had to leave again. "David, is there something wrong?" Emma was very sensitive. She asked softly. "Yes, there's something I need to take care of. I have to leave again," David said helplessly. Emma smiled and said, "You've been with me for 35 days. I've delayed you a lot. Don't worry about me." Emma felt very happy. David had been with her for so long and had even announced their relationship to the Interstellar Federation. "Keep the emergency contact I gave you. If there's anything, you can use it. I'll receive the news immediately," David said before he left. David had given David the contact of the level 5 Bishop Avatar of Ironside, who was in the Interstellar Federation's safe point. As David's avatar, as long as he sent a message, David would be able to sense it through his soul. After David left Emma, he first used the break space talent ability to teleport himself into space. He then opened the wormhole to the great world of God's safe point. He flashed into the wormhole. When he reappeared, he was already 500 meters underground. David's clothes and face were all changed to demigod Arthur's. Black Dragon Alexis also appeared on his shoulder. He used the break space talent ability and appeared in the castle hall. He sat opposite Lady Catherine. The mother goddess of the forest felt the familiar presence of life. It was the kind of presence that she was addicted to. She was willing to give up everything to get close to this presence. Then the mother goddess of the forest had a new discovery. Although she was using Lady Catherine's body, which limited many of her abilities, she still had a good eye. Looking at demigod Arthur from such a close distance, the mother goddess of the forest found that demigod Arthur was a little different. "Demigod Arthur, you completed the demigod body?" the mother goddess of the forest asked with some uncertainty. The mother goddess of the forest didn't dare to confirm because the last time she saw demigod Arthur was a year ago. At that time, demigod Arthur's demigod body couldn't be seen on the surface. Ordinary powerful beings couldn't see the demigod body. Only gods could see the difference by observing the skin at a close distance. Having the demigod body was a true evolution of life. It made one's life go from ordinary to god level. Although it was only a demigod, it was close to god level and had crossed the threshold of god level. Through observation and experience, the mother goddess of the forest could determine that demigod Arthur was in a complete demigod body state. In this state, it was almost certain that he would become a god-level being. In the future, as long as he kept increasing his energization, he would be able to advance towards god level. The mother goddess of the forest has a good eye, David said with a smile. After receiving demigod Arthur's confirmation, the mother goddess of the forest's eyes flashed with determination. I'm here to inform you of a piece of news. The mother goddess of the forest's gaze fell on Black Dragon Alexis. There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. David saw the mother goddess of the forest's concern and said with a smile, Mother goddess of the forest, Alexis is trustworthy. He knows everything about me. Black Dragon Alexis glanced at the mother goddess of the forest with slight dissatisfaction. The Grim Reaper has gathered all the gods to discuss. He wants to summon the giant dragons to return to the great world of God. The mother goddess of the forest finally revealed the news. David didn't feel anything. He didn't know the significance of the giant dragons to the great world of God. Perhaps he had seen records of the era of the great dragons in books, but that was too long ago and didn't resonate with him. What? The Grim Reaper wants to summon the giant dragons? Black Dragon Alexis asked in surprise. I forgot. Demigod Arthur, you don't know how terrifying the giant dragons are. Black Dragon Alexis is here to confirm what I'm about to say. During the era of the great dragons, humans were ruled by the giant dragons. The gods were also suppressed by the giant dragons. In the end, the gods rebelled and defeated the giant dragons. The giant dragons fled to another world. That war lasted for tens of thousands of years and countless gods fell. Because Black Dragon Alexis was here, the mother goddess of the forest restrained herself while explaining. Alexis, the black dragon, retorted, the deities must have rebelled and used countless schemes against the colossal dragons. The colossal dragons ultimately chose to avoid them. Black Dragon Alexis had a different standpoint, so his words were naturally different. Black Dragon Alexis, no matter what, you have to admit one thing. The return of the giant dragons will plunge the great world of God into an endless war of gods. Countless planets will be destroyed, and countless humans will die. The great world of God will once again enter a long period of chaos, the mother goddess of the forest said to Black Dragon Alexis. Black Dragon Alexis didn't say anything. He knew that the mother goddess of the forest was telling the truth. Besides, the return of the giant dragons and the 5 gods will cause the giant dragons to suffer losses. The 5 gods have ruled the great world of God for tens of thousands of years, and no one can clearly see their strength. Although the giant dragons are powerful, after the consumption in the other world, how much strength do they have now? Can they really fight against the 5 gods? The mother goddess of the forest continued. Black Dragon Alexis was even more silent. He had fought against the god of war before. At that time, he and 2 other Zerg gods fought against the god of war together. That battle ended in a draw. And that was only the god of war. In the war with the Zerg world, the god of justice's attack alone made Black Dragon Alexis recognize the strength of the 5 gods. When the giant dragons left the great world of God, Black Dragon Alexis didn't see them, but he could guess the remaining strength of the giant dragons at that time. To be honest, Black Dragon Alexis wasn't confident that the return of the giant dragons would be much of a threat to the 5 gods. Unless the giant dragons had an unexpected development after leaving the great world of God. Chapter 1268. Mother Goddess of the Forest, you want me to stop the summoning of the giant dragons? David asked. He knew nothing about the return of the giant dragons. He would have to ask the Black Dragon Alexis if he wanted to stop it, but he didn't want to put the Black Dragon Alexis in a difficult position. When the giant dragons left, they actually left behind a summoning circle. As long as the summoning circle is activated, it can open up a portal for the giant dragons to return. The Grim Reaper should be in control of one of the summoning circles, but I don't know its exact location. This information is in the hands of the Grim Reaper. However, I believe that the Black Dragon Alexis definitely knows the location of the summoning circle. As long as the sacrifice is stopped, it will be fine, the Mother Goddess of the Forest replied. The Black Dragon Alexis was conflicted, but he quickly adjusted his position. In fact, the Black Dragon Alexis's current situation wouldn't be accepted by the giant dragons. He had signed a master-servant contract with David. In the eyes of the giant dragons, this was tantamount to blaspheming the name of the giant dragons. It was conceivable that once the Black Dragon Alexis came into contact with the other giant dragons, this matter would definitely be discovered. Moreover, when the Black Dragon Alexis was captured, the giant dragons didn't save him. It was David who saved him, and with David's help, he recovered his strength. Now, with the supply of a large amount of indestructible life force, his vitality was greatly increased, and his lifespan was extended several times. Now, if the Black Dragon Alexis had to choose between the giant dragons and David, whether it was for himself or for his future development, he would choose David. My lord, I only know the location of 2 summoning circles. The other summoning circles have never been made public, the Black Dragon Alexis said to David. The Mother Goddess of the Forest's gaze focused. When she heard the Black Dragon Alexis call the demigod Arthur, my lord, she understood the relationship between the Black Dragon Alexis and the demigod Arthur. Moreover, the fact that Black Dragon Alexis was willing to tell the secrets of the WRMS to demigod Arthur meant that the Black Dragon Alexis had made a choice. The Mother Goddess of the Forest couldn't understand demigod Arthur. What kind of attraction could make the Black Dragon Alexis so loyal to him? David waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about this later. I hope it's one of the 2 summoning circles. Otherwise, it'll depend on luck." David finally understood. For some reason, the Mother Goddess of the Forest did not want the dragons to harm the great world of God, so she came to him. "Mother Goddess of the Forest, I'm aware of this matter. Thank you very much for your information." David bowed slightly in gratitude. "Demigod Arthur, what do you think of my proposal to become your subordinate god?" The Mother Goddess of the Forest asked as she returned the salute. "Mother Goddess of the Forest, are you so sure that I can become a deity?" David laughed. "Yes, I'm very sure." The Mother Goddess of the Forest nodded heavily. If the Mother Goddess of the Forest wanted to become the subordinate god of the demigod Arthur because of the life aura, she still needed to think about it after going back and calming down. This time it was different. Not only was the aura of life attractive to the Mother Goddess of the Forest, but demigod Arthur had formed a complete demigod body in a short period of time. He was almost guaranteed to become a deity. In addition, Black Dragon Alexis had called him Lord, which reflected the master-servant relationship between David and Black Dragon Alexis. All of this was enough for the Mother Goddess of the Forest to confirm her choice. David thought for a while and said with certainty, "All right, if I become a deity, I'll make you my subordinate god. I'll protect you." David's words were full of confidence. He completely ignored the fact that the Mother Goddess of the Forest was a deity and he was only a demigod. However, both the Mother Goddess of the Forest and Black Dragon Alexis felt that this was normal. The Mother Goddess of the Forest smiled. The Mother Goddess of the Forest clenched her teeth and said, "Lord Arthur, you don't need to become a deity. I can give up everything right now and officially become your subordinate god." The Mother Goddess of the Forest didn't make this decision casually. She was very worried about her future. Although Arthur was still a demigod, his true power had already surpassed her. Demigod Arthur's future was destined. If she joined early, she would gain demigod Arthur's trust. David was confused. He didn't know much about subordinate gods. The first time he heard about it was when the Mother Goddess of the Forest mentioned it. "Alexis, what is a subordinate god?" he asked Black Dragon Alexis through his soul. Lord, in a sense, a subordinate god is not much different from a master-servant contract. The only difference is that the subordinate god has more freedom. However, the subordinate god also has to open up everything to the main god, including their own small world. Black Dragon Alexis replied through his soul. David was truly shocked. He didn't think that the mother goddess of the forest would invest so much and trust him so much. Mother goddess of the forest, are you sure you want to become my subordinate god? David was much more cautious this time and asked in a deep voice. The mother goddess of the forest bowed and said sincerely, Yes, Lord Arthur. I, the mother goddess of the forest, am willing to become your subordinate god. I will sign a subordinate god contract and open up my small world to you. The mother goddess of the forest made this decision, which meant that she was giving up everything she had accumulated for countless tens of thousands of years. In fact, the mother goddess of the forest had no choice but to make this decision. On one hand, the temptation of life force was one thing. On the other hand, her small world had always been in a situation where it couldn't make ends meet. In order to be accepted by the twilight of the gods, the mother goddess of the forest's small world had always been consuming the power of faith to provide resources for the followers of the other gods. After awakening, the other gods demanded resources. This made the mother goddess of the forest unable to maintain her small world. After that, whether it was fighting against the 5 gods or participating in the chaos of the return of the giant dragons, the mother goddess of the forest, who was the weakest, didn't feel safe. The mother goddess of the forest had a special sensing ability. When she sensed the life force, she had a feeling that as long as she relied on the owner of the life force, she would be able to obtain the right to live. In the distant era of the gods, the mother goddess of the forest also relied on a powerful god to survive that dangerous period. After that powerful god fell, she lost her support. The mother goddess of the forest didn't have any psychological barriers to relying on a powerful god. On the contrary, it wasn't easy to find a suitable and powerful god. Demigod Arthur was powerful enough. In at least tens of thousands of years, no demigod had been recognized by the 5 gods. Even Black Dragon Alexis had been recognized by them. Lord Arthur, this body can't withstand my power. This is the location of my shrines. Please come to the shrines in person. The mother goddess of the forest said carefully, fearing that demigod Arthur would misunderstand. Lady Catherine's body was that of an ordinary person. The mother goddess of the forest could only maintain control. She couldn't mobilize any power at all. Otherwise, this body would collapse. The reason why the mother goddess of the forest directly said the location of the shrines was to gain the trust of demigod Arthur. On the other hand, demigod Arthur wouldn't be afraid of entering the shrines of gods. The previous god of storm was an example. Demigod Arthur went to the shrines of the god of storm and defeated the god of storm. The shrines also disappeared. Okay, I'll go now. David nodded and said. To be honest, with David's current strength, he really wasn't worried about any trap. David carried his battle constitution with him. Together with the Black Dragon Alexis, they were all powerful gods who had mastered the talent ability of the god of war. Especially the battle constitution. With this perfect divine body, after David inherited the talent ability of the god of war, David was confident that he could have a fair fight with the god of war. Lady Catherine bowed to David and then turned to leave. When she left, her eyes no longer had the temperament of the mother goddess of the forest. David didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he used the talent ability of the broken space and entered the portal. After using the broken space continuously, although the great world of God was extremely large, it was getting smaller and smaller in his eyes. It was estimated that when David became a god, the broken space talent ability could be upgraded to the point where he could directly go to any location. Although his broken space talent ability hadn't reached that level, It could still be used continuously to cross the distance of several star fields in a short period of time. David appeared at the coordinates given by the mother goddess of the forest through the portal. Looking around, it was a desolate place. He took out the alchemy map and found that this planet was called Shishue. Black Dragon Alexis felt the aura on the surface and said, "My lord, I remember this place. It was a battlefield where my race fought with the gods." David also felt that there was strong radiation here. Of course, according to the great world of God, it should be the aura of divine punishment. This was a divine battle between powerful gods. The terrifying divine power destroyed everything here, making it lifeless. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and there were still remnants of the divine battle. One could imagine how tragic it was. David stepped on the ground. His powerful demigod body ignored the radiation here, but if it was an ordinary person or even a knight, they wouldn't be able to survive here for long. Just as he was observing his surroundings, the ground opened up to reveal a cave. A level 5 bishop wearing a green robe walked out and bowed deeply to David. "Great existence, the Lord has ordered me to wait for you here. Please follow me." The level 5 bishop didn't introduce himself, because he knew that a guest who was personally invited by the mother goddess of the forest wasn't someone a level 5 bishop like him could compare to. David nodded and followed the 5th grade bishop into the cave. The stairs leading down from the cave were very long, at least 100 meters. At the end of the stairs was the shrines of the mother goddess of the forest. Although it was called shrines, the shrines were actually merged with the surrounding soil. Only the inside of the shrines could be seen. However, the shrines were rich in vitality, which blocked out the radiation from the outside world. This was also why a level 5 bishop could survive here. David walked into the shrine and saw the statue of the mother goddess of the forest in the middle of the shrine. The statue of the mother goddess of the forest flickered with light, and a golden light flew out of the statue. A large amount of divine power surged out of the statue and gathered on the golden light. Soon a body appeared. The body of the mother goddess of the forest was a beautiful young girl. She wore a green dress and had a crown of flowers of various colors on her head. She gave off an aura of youth and life. "Lord Arthur, thank you for your trust and for coming here personally." The mother goddess of the forest was very happy. The demigod Arthur's arrival showed that he approved of her. In fact, the speed at which David arrived had surprised the mother goddess of the forest. Planet Shishue didn't have a teleportation gate, so it was isolated from the rest of the world. The severe radiation gave Shishue the best protection. No one was willing to come to this planet, let alone explore it. According to the mother goddess of the forest, demigod Arthur would need at least a few days to arrive. She didn't expect him to arrive in just 10 minutes. This showed how powerful demigod Arthur was, and it also strengthened the mother goddess of the forest's confidence. This is an ancient divine language contract. Please take a look at the content to see if it is suitable. The mother goddess of the forest waved her hand, and a piece of paper with the aura of a god appeared in her hand. David took the divine language contract and looked at it. He was now very familiar with the divine language, especially after obtaining the inheritance of the path of shepherding. He could be considered to have obtained the complete inheritance of faith to become a god. The best thing about divine language contracts was that they had a single meaning. A contract written in divine text would not have many meanings. This was the characteristic of divine text. Every word of this special text represented the rules of the world. When these words were connected together, the words formed would have a unique meaning. Just as Black Dragon Alexis said, the vassal gods had to give everything to the main god, including the authority to rule the small world. At the same time, the main god had to provide protection to the vassal gods. If it was within his power, he had to provide help to the vassal gods. The contents of the divine language contract were very clear. After David read it, he let the Black Dragon Alexis read it again. After receiving confirmation from the black dragon Alexis, David nodded. The divine language contract in his hand was an antique from an unknown period of time. It was made from the skin of a god. It was probably made from the skin of a god. This made the divine text contract itself an extremely precious divine item. Creating a divine text contract wasn't an easy task. Mother Goddess of the Forest, are you sure you want to be my vassal god? David asked. Chapter 1269. Great Arthur, I am willing to become your vassal god. The Mother Goddess of the Forest bowed and said solemnly, Great Arthur, I am willing to be your vassal god. David nodded and tapped on the divine contract with his spirit, adding his own spirit to the main god's part. The Mother Goddess of the Forest didn't hesitate either. She added her own divine sense imprint to the divine contract. Just as the sovereign and subordinate deities' imprints were completely inscribed on the divine contract, a dark golden light flashed, and David sensed the surge of the laws from the major world. The edicts of the major world were bearing witness to this divine text divinity contract. And then, the divine text divinity contract transformed into two dark golden streaks of energy that flew away. A dark golden energy flew into the soul fortress in David's soul space and formed a pattern. The other streak of dark golden energy entered the void, flying towards the Forest Mother's main body and primordial soul. David sensed the additional rune. He could clearly sense the soul of the Mother Goddess and give her orders through the divine contract. The binding power of the divine contract could not force the Forest Mother Goddess to die, but it could force her to do anything she could, and she could not refuse. At the same time, the divine text contract would prevent the Forest Mother Goddess from betraying David. The price for betraying David would be the backlash of the major world's edicts, as well as the backlash of David's soul. If this was before the signing of the divine language contract, the Mother Goddess would only have to consider the possibility of betrayal and the backlash from the laws of the major world. However, the Mother Goddess of the Forest discovered the terror of David's soul after officially signing the divine language contract. How was it the soul of a demigod? The vastness of the divine language contract made even her, a divine being who had ascended to godhood, a little fearful. David was a demigod who had cultivated to become a god. In theory, he shouldn't have cultivated his soul. However, the Mother Goddess of the Forest wasn't surprised. She felt that she didn't rely on the wrong person. Although the demigod Arthur didn't seem to be very powerful, his terrifyingly powerful soul was enough to show how great his potential was. She didn't want to betray Arthur either. Her reputation had always been very good. The last time she became a vassal god, she did a perfect job until the fall of the main god and regained her freedom. The Mother Goddess performed an ancient vassal god ritual and said, Lord Arthur, your vassal god, the Mother Goddess of the Forest, listens to your orders. If you have time, you can come to my small world and accept the authority of the small world. David smiled and nodded. Let's go take a look at your small world first. I have something to tell you while I'm at it. The Forest Mother Goddess waved her hand, and a spatial tunnel appeared. David walked into the spatial tunnel. The Mother Goddess's body also disappeared. The level 5 bishop on the side was in a sealed state. All his senses were shut off, so he couldn't know what was happening. David walked into the spatial passage with a strong sense of curiosity. This wasn't the first time he entered a small world. The last time he entered was the small world of the god of plague, Gladstone. However, the god of plague was an insignificant god. When the god of plague was eliminated, the shrines only sent out a god's messenger to perform a god's descent. The small world of the Mother Goddess of the Forest was green. David was standing in the center of the small world. There were large amounts of green plants beside the altar, and there were countless trees further away. The Mother Goddess of the Forest wasn't sitting on the altar. Instead, she was standing below the altar, waiting for David. The body of the mother goddess of the forest didn't maintain its original size. It would be extremely disrespectful to meet the demigod Arthur with a 100-meter-tall body. Therefore, she shrunk her body to the size of an ordinary human. This was the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. She didn't even need any special abilities to change her divine body. She only needed a thought to do so. Of course, this also consumed the power of faith. However, the faith power needed to be consumed. The mother goddess of the forest was a bit reluctant, but she still did it. The mother goddess of the forest was still a little nervous. Although she had signed a divine contract with divine words, she still felt as if she had placed her fate in the hands of another when she opened her own small world. The mother goddess of the forest saw David observing her small world and didn't disturb David. She just stood there quietly. David frowned slightly. This small world seemed to be full of life. However, under this abundance of life, there was an obvious lack of foundation. If one were to make an analogy, it would be like the final radiance of a dying old man before his death. Especially the green plants beside the altar. They were extracting the essence of the small world. This method of planting consumed the small world as a price. Of course, the energy contained in the plants wasn't much different from that of the spiritual items. This was a spiritual item cultivation ground created by the god. The mother goddess of the forest said proudly when she saw David observing the plants, "My lord, the resources produced here can be used by you and the black dragon Alexis for training." David waved his hand and said, "Mother goddess of the forest, don't plant these kinds of plants that consume the origin of the small world in the future. You don't have to worry about the training resources for me and the black dragon Alexis." The mother goddess of the forest couldn't help but be startled. The mother goddess of the forest was very clear about her own value. She didn't have powerful combat strength, but she could plant resources that could benefit even gods. With this ability, he was still able to obtain some protection through trade after losing the first king god, and live safely until now. But demigod Arthur, the main god she had just joined, actually didn't care about the resources she had planted. This made her a little flustered. Without any value, how could she obtain demigod Arthur's protection? "My lord, this is the authority of the small world. Take a look and see if there's anything you like in the small world. You can use it as you wish." The mother goddess of the forest had no choice but to let demigod Arthur take a look. After all, as a subordinate god, she had to hand over the authority of the small world. David took the ball of light from the mother goddess of the forest. Inside was the projection of the small world's core. He could control the small world at will. His mind connected with the ball of light, and he instantly sensed everything in the small world. 2,000,000 believers of the mother goddess of the forest lived in the small world. These believers were in a weakened state. Weak believers meant that the small world situation wasn't optimistic. One had to know that believers entered the small world as souls, and then their bodies were reconstructed by the divine power of the small world. Under normal circumstances, this kind of reconstructed body wouldn't be affected by disease or disaster. Even if it was destroyed due to time, its soul would be reborn by the small world's reconstruction. If a small portion of the 2,000,000 believers in the small world of the mother goddess of the forest were in a weakened state, it would be a normal situation. But if all 2,000,000 believers were in a weakened state, it meant that the small world of the mother goddess of the forest was in great trouble. "Mother goddess of the forest, you lack the power of faith?" David turned to ask the mother goddess of the forest. "Yes, I've been sleeping for 36,000 years. Although I've been replenished by the power of faith, I've consumed even more. My small world is barely holding on, and I also have to provide resources for the other gods, so the power of faith is somewhat lacking," the mother goddess of the forest said bitterly. Not to mention the mother goddess of the forest, Any of the 12 gods of the twilight of the gods were lacking the power of faith. David thought for a moment and decided, "You're my subordinate god, so you don't have to provide resources for the other gods anymore. As for the lack of power of faith, I'll first replenish a portion for you." He waved his hand, and the destruction shrines in the small world of his soul rang out. Amidst the ringing of the bell, the 4,100-year ascetics used their most impassioned voices to chant the divine book of destruction. Before, David had used up a lot of divine power to create the divine artifact, so the power of faith in the shrines of destruction was also severely lacking. But this deficiency was relative. The small world of his soul space was an extremely stable world with perfect laws, so it didn't need the power of faith to maintain its existence. Therefore, the power of faith it produced didn't need to be expended much other than when it was needed to reconstruct the soul's body. 4,100-year ascetics didn't seem like a lot, but this was the power of faith of 40 million believers. The 100-year ascetics were the essence of the believers. If it wasn't for the fact that the War Shrine's archbishop casually squandered them, normal gods wouldn't have sent them to the battlefield. David was equivalent to snatching a third of the essence of the great world of God's 100-year believers. Don't underestimate this number. The god of war was one of the 5 great gods, and he had a fifth of the great world of God's faith. The little bit that was revealed through the gaps between his fingers was more than the total demand of the evil gods. David used the power of faith of the shrines of destruction. Due to the existence of the divine contract, his power of faith could be accepted by the mother goddess of the forest. Of course, the mother goddess of the forest could also transfer her power of faith to David. The mother goddess of the forest never thought that she would receive the support of the power of faith from demigod Arthur. She didn't think highly of the demigod Arthur now, but the Arthur after he became a god. But what happened in front of her shocked the mother goddess of the forest. Boundless power of faith poured out from the void in front of demigod Arthur and merged into the small world. The fact that this power of faith could be accepted by the mother goddess of the forest meant that this power of faith belonged to demigod Arthur. But demigod Arthur was a demigod who cultivated to become a god. How could he have so much faith? How many believers did he need to reach this level? What was even more terrifying was that this method of using large amounts of power of faith meant that demigod Arthur either had his own shrines or his own small world. The mother goddess of the forest could swear on her proudest senses that demigod Arthur didn't have any characteristics of a demigod who became a god. Mother goddess of the forest, this channel will be open for 10 days. I could have given you more power of faith, but I tried to make a divine artifact and wasted a lot of divine power. Of course, if this isn't enough, I'll think of something else for you," David said with a smile. 10 days of power of faith in the small world of the soul space wasn't enough for David. He found a better way to make divine artifacts, and he didn't need the power of faith in the small world of the soul space. Now that the mother goddess of the forest had joined him, he naturally had to make sure that the small world of the mother goddess of the forest could operate normally. To be honest, David didn't need the mother goddess of the forest to do anything. The black dragon Alexis had told him about the mother goddess of the forest. She was a god who was good at planting, so perhaps she could be useful in the future. Even if she wasn't useful, accepting a vassal god wasn't that big of a deal. David had a lot of fighting gods, so it wasn't a big deal that the mother goddess of the forest wasn't good at fighting. Feeling the small world regaining its vitality, the mother goddess of the forest was excited. The mother goddess of the forest wanted to join demigod Arthur in exchange for resources, but not only did demigod Arthur not ask for resources, he even provided her with power of faith. In order to survive, the mother goddess of the forest had to provide the other 11 gods with resources. This was also why she couldn't bear it and wanted to leave the twilight of the gods. After the power of faith entered her small world, The first thing the Mother Goddess of the forest did was to use a portion of the power of faith to restore the bodies of her 2 million followers. These 2 million believers were her foundation. After the 2 million believers were reborn, the Mother Goddess of the forest's nervous heart was finally at ease. If these 2 million followers fell, the small world of the Mother Goddess of the forest would enter a vicious cycle. The Mother Goddess of the forest had heard about gods before. When the followers of the small world lost the support of the power of faith, they couldn't be revived after death. This caused the small world's power of faith to decrease until the small world finally collapsed. The Mother Goddess of the forest said emotionally, "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The power of faith has revived my small world." David waved his hand and said, "I can't find any followers for you, but you don't have to worry too much about the power of faith. I'll think of a way to get some divine power crystals in the future." David was thinking about the power of faith in the bug world. Now that the 2 emperor inheritance patterns were being used, when they were free, he could use the god statues in the destruction shrines in the bug world to convert the divine power of the inheritance patterns into divine power crystals. The bug world couldn't do this because they didn't have god statues, but David could. Chapter 1270. The power of faith that poured in from the void allowed the forest Mother Goddess to have the power of faith to repair the small world. All this time, the Mother Goddess of the forest's small world had many small problems due to the lack of power of faith. The accumulation of these small problems could lead to big problems. The Mother Goddess of the forest was aware of these problems, but she couldn't deal with them. The Mother Goddess of the forest was busy picking out ingredients from the plants she planted to serve demigod Arthur. Of course, this didn't affect her from repairing the small world. Because of the power of faith, demigod Arthur had to stay in the Mother Goddess of the forest's small world for 10 days. The Mother Goddess of the forest didn't have any complaints. To be honest, as long as the power of faith was maintained, she was willing to use the best ingredients to serve demigod Arthur so that he could stay as long as possible. David wasn't doing nothing either. He was studying the structure of the small world. Although he had his own small world, his small world was no longer a small world of gods due to the world tree. For example, the small world of the Mother Goddess of the forest was directly related to the power of the Mother Goddess of the forest. There were plants everywhere. Apart from the resource plants, the other plants were used to maintain and strengthen the Mother Goddess of the forest's natural ability. The small world had an obvious increase in natural ability, but the other rules were very weak. The Mother Goddess of the forest had already started to make food. Her cooking skills were still top-notch, and this was related to her experience. The previous main god liked delicious food, so the Mother Goddess of the forest spent a part of her energy studying cooking in order to please the main god. The thinking ability of gods was extremely terrifying. Once they studied a skill, they could naturally push it to the peak. In addition, the ingredients the Mother Goddess of the forest planted were essentially no different from spiritual plants, so the food she made was naturally better. The Mother Goddess of the forest pointed with her finger, and a bunch of vines rose from the ground. The vines quickly grew and automatically turned into a table and chair. The Mother Goddess of the forest placed the 10 dishes she had cooked on the table. Although demigod Arthur didn't need any resources, he still wanted to show his value. Otherwise, a worthless subordinate god would make him feel uneasy. The Mother Goddess of the forest smiled at David. "Sir, please try the specialty of the small world. My cooking was extremely famous in the era of gods." "All right, I'd like to try your cooking." David was also a person who loved food. Previously, he had always eaten the food he cooked. This time, he wanted to see how much of a difference there was between his cooking and that of a god's. The Mother Goddess of the forest had only prepared a single chair. It was obvious that she wanted David to eat alone. David didn't stand on ceremony. He had provided the forest mother goddess with the power of faith she needed the most, so it was only right for her to receive him. He didn't recognize any of the dishes on the table. They were all carefully cultivated by the mother goddess of the forest, and had been improved for countless generations in the small world. After tasting the first dish, David's eyes lit up. This dish was even more delicious than the dishes he had cooked. It should be known that although David's culinary skills were high, the increase in the taste of his dishes was mostly due to the trace of undying life force added to them. After using the undying life force, which was a precious item that was extremely tempting to any life form, his dishes reached the pinnacle. The forest mother goddess, on the other hand, was different. She used ingredients that contained natural energy to create dishes that tasted better than David. David tasted one dish after another, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. The mother goddess of the forest looked at David's expression and felt extremely happy. If a god was satisfied, it meant that she had value. In the next few days, the mother goddess of the forest followed demigod Arthur's request and reduced the scope of the plants she planted in the small world to those she needed to grow ingredient. Although the plants needed to grow ingredients also consumed the origin of the small world, David didn't stop her. He could see that the mother goddess of the forest was doing her best to act as a vassal god. As for the origin that was consumed, it could be recovered by replenishing more power of faith in the future. The mother goddess of the forest received many contact requests from other gods, but she had already become a vassal god of demigod Arthur, so she naturally wouldn't contact the other gods of the dusk. She even sent out a divine decree that all the believers of the mother goddess of the forest in the gods of the dusk quietly left the gods of the dusk. The mother goddess of the forest also understood why the gods of the dusk were contacting her. These few days she should send resources to the other gods. David stayed in the small world of the mother goddess of the forest for 8 days. The small world now felt very different compared to before. There was vitality everywhere in the small world, and every leaf was emerald green as if it had been washed by water. Beautiful flowers could be seen everywhere. In the past, the mother goddess of the forest wouldn't be willing to let the flowers bloom all the time as it would consume her power of faith. The mother goddess of the forest was in a very good mood, and she entertained demigod Arthur with all sorts of delicacies every day. David, who was eating, suddenly felt an alarm from the small world. He couldn't help but be stunned. He had heard that the small world was the most private space of the god. Only a main god like him had the right to enter the small world of a vassal god. Otherwise, the other gods wouldn't even know the location of the small world. The mother goddess of the forest appeared beside David and cried out in horror, "My lord, an enemy has invaded." David wasn't worried at all and said in a deep voice, "What are you panicking for? No matter who the enemy is, let's take a look first." The mother goddess of the forest then remembered that the demigod Arthur had the black dragon Alexis to protect him. When they entered the small world, David put the black dragon Alexis into the divine artifact space card. After all, this was the mother goddess of the forest's small world. It was her first time coming here without the black dragon Alexis, so she wouldn't feel embarrassed. The mother goddess of the forest sensed and said in surprise, "I don't know which god actually knows the location of my small world. He has moved it here and is preparing to fight over it." Although the mother goddess of the forest's small world had stopped here for tens of thousands of years and hadn't moved, it was still impossible to find her small world. It was just that the previous main god knew the location of her small world. The mother goddess of the forest was very sure of this. Could it be that when the previous main god died, he left behind information about the small world? The mother goddess of the forest quickly thought of a possibility. The more the mother goddess of the forest thought about it, the more likely it was. She had never considered this possibility before. However, since the small world had been discovered, There was only one possibility. Due to the lack of faith, the mother goddess of the forest hadn't moved her small world after losing the first main god. It was too late to regret now. Since the enemy was prepared and had moved the small world here, it was too late to move it now. Moving a small world required a large number of nodes to be activated, and it took a lot of time to go from being still to being accelerated. Since the enemy's small world had entered the scanning range of the small world, it was unavoidable to come into contact with it. The 11 gods of the Twilight of the Gods had recently discovered the abnormalities of the mother goddess of the forest. First, all the believers of the mother goddess of the forest in the Twilight of the Gods had disappeared. They said they were going to carry out a mission from the mother goddess of the forest, but they couldn't be contacted after that. If it was just one believer of the mother goddess of the forest, it was normal that they couldn't contact her. However, if all the believers of the mother goddess of the forest couldn't be contacted, then there was a problem. In addition, it was time for the mother goddess of the forest to hand over the training resources. Perhaps the mother goddess of the forest would be late by a day or two, but all the gods realized that they couldn't contact her. This shouldn't have happened at all. The connection between the gods was through a special method of communication between each other's small worlds. The main body of a god wouldn't leave the small world. As long as the god wasn't asleep or dead, there shouldn't be a situation where they couldn't be contacted. When the gods of the Twilight of the Gods discovered the abnormalities of the mother goddess of the forest, they were both puzzled and angry. They were puzzled because they found it strange that the mother goddess of the forest would be so bold as to default on the promised resources. They were angry because the mother goddess of the forest had received the protection of the Twilight of the Gods, but she didn't fulfill her obligations. The gods of the Twilight of the Gods were researching how to clean up the believers of the mother goddess of the forest. After tens of thousands of years of interaction, the Twilight of the Gods was very clear about the distribution of believers of the mother goddess of the forest. Although the believers of the mother goddess of the forest were hidden, they still needed to come in contact with the outside world to replenish their supplies. As long as they showed themselves, they wouldn't be able to escape the Twilight of the Gods. Of course, there was one god that had a different idea. That was the god of shadows. The god of shadows had a secret. By chance, a believer of the god of shadows found the ruins of the old god and sacrificed the discovery of the ruins to the god of shadows. Within the ruins of the old god was the location of the mother goddess of the forest's small world. The god of shadows didn't know why the location of the mother goddess of the forest's small world was within the ruins of the old god. The reason for this matter was no longer clear after the fall of the old god. After the god of shadows obtained the location of the mother goddess of the forest's small world, he also had a plan to take over the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. However, due to the changes in the situation, the 12 gods formed an alliance in order to resist the 5 great gods. Although the god of shadows didn't immediately deal with the mother goddess of the forest, his small world had moved to a position very close to the mother goddess of the forest's small world. The sudden disappearance of the mother goddess of the forest meant that she had left the alliance. The god of shadows decided to use this opportunity to take over the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. The god of shadows' loss this time wasn't small. 500 believers, a god's messenger, and a statue. These losses made his heart ache. If he could take over the small world of the mother goddess of the forest, he could make up for these losses. He could also integrate the small world of the mother goddess of the forest into his own small world and let it grow. More importantly, if he obtained the small world of the mother goddess of the forest, even if the war between the dragons and the 5 great gods went out of control, the god of shadows could rely on the benefits of the small world of the forest to directly enter a deep sleep and avoid the chaos of the great world of God. The god of shadows' plan was very good. He wasn't worried about the mother goddess of the forest's battle strength at all. In the age of the gods, the mother goddess of the forest was famous for her low battle strength. If she hadn't taken the initiative to find a main god to rely on, she would have already fallen in the age of the gods. Later, after the main god fell, she continuously displayed the ability to cultivate plant resources in exchange for protection. The reason the mother goddess of the forest was able to enter the alliance of the 12 gods was because the other gods fancied this ability of hers. It took a lot of faith power to drive the small world to travel through the special space layer. This made the god of shadows heart ache. In order to expand the faith of the Interstellar Federation, he injected a lot of faith power into the statue. The god of shadows murmured, "This is all supplemented by the small world of the mother goddess of the forest." In the small world of the god of shadows, tens of millions of believers were crawling on the ground and continuously chanting the book of the god of shadows. Tens of millions of believers were the accumulation of the god of shadows. Many of them were lost in the deep sleep. It was already very good that so many of them were preserved. In the sky of the small world of the god of shadows, there were more than 1,000 shadows flashing by. These were all level 5 world guardians. The god of shadows transformed every level 5 soul into a combat shadow according to his need. In the environment of his small world, the combat power of the combat shadow even exceeded the legendary rank. The most important thing was that the level 5 combat shadow was immortal. As long as the god of shadows still had faith power, the level 5 combat shadow could be resurrected infinitely. The small world war was a special kind of war between gods. This kind of war rarely happened. The main reason was that when small worlds collided with each other, they needed to know the specific location of the opponent's small world. This was very difficult to obtain. The small world war was the most dangerous war because once two small worlds collided, the two gods had no way out. They could only fight to the death. The living ones had everything in the two small worlds. The dead ones could only escape into the space turbulence and sink forever in the endless space. The small world war was both an opportunity and a dangerous path of destruction. Chapter 1271. What giant dragons! What great world of God! As long as I get the small world of the mother goddess of the forest, it has nothing to do with me. The god of shadow looked at the small world of the mother goddess of the forest, and said in a deep voice, "Although the battle for the small world was dangerous, if the opponent was the mother goddess of the forest, the danger would be minimized." With a wave of his hand, the god of shadow changed into a set of divine close-fitting black armor covered in fine scales. In his hands were 2 long daggers, which were also divine artifacts. The mother goddess of the forest was very nervous, but with demigod Arthur here, the mother goddess of the forest saw how calm demigod Arthur was, and her nervousness lessened a little. "My lord, do you think we should summon Black Dragon Alexis?" the mother goddess of the forest carefully reminded. This was what the mother goddess of the forest was most worried about. Demigod Arthur still hadn't summoned the Black Dragon Alexis, so she couldn't really be at ease when she couldn't see the Black Dragon Alexis. "Mother goddess of the forest, don't worry. Be careful of the god of shadow. Since he dared to come here, we can't let him escape," David said with a smile. When the god of plague Gladstone fell, because the shrines were in charge, David wasn't able to obtain the body of the god of plague Gladstone. After that, although David obtained many divine bodies, he didn't obtain the body of a deity. This was an opportunity, and David wouldn't let it go. David was ready for battle as well. He was equipped with his divine knight armor and divine knight battle sword. A pair of energy wings spread out from his back, and 6 divine reaper chains danced in the air. The mother goddess of the forest saw David's preparations, and a green battle dress appeared on her body. In her hand was a wooden staff. David glanced and found that the green battle dress wasn't as good as the one the mother goddess of the forest was wearing. However, the previous one didn't have much defensive power. It was more beautiful and had a buff effect on plants. The green battle dress had some defensive power. It could be seen that the mother goddess of the forest didn't have much battle experience, which was why she made the strongest divine artifact into a support divine artifact. However, the mother goddess of the forest seemed to be able to fight for a while. At least her aura was still very strong. David's body flashed and disappeared. This small world belonged to the mother goddess of the forest. When the mother goddess of the forest gave David the authority of the small world, everything in this small world was open to David. David didn't even need a special divine artifact to hide his aura. He could hide his aura just by relying on the laws of the small world. Mother goddess of the forest of the forest of the forest was mother goddess of the forest of the forest was god of the forest with god of the forest. The demigod Arthur was hiding in the area where the two small worlds were about to meet. This made the forest mother goddess feel more at ease. The small world of the mother goddess of the forest shook violently, causing many trees to fall down. Most of the 2 million believers were also shaken to the ground. After the 2 million believers fell to the ground, they didn't panic or hesitate and immediately sat up again. They devoutly prostrated themselves on the ground and loudly chanted the divine book of the mother goddess of the forest. The two small worlds collided, and the force of the collision caused the two small worlds to partially overlap and connect. The laws collided with each other, causing the small area where the two small worlds overlapped to be constantly entangled with each other. At the same time, the two laws constantly released a huge amount of energy, causing everything in this small area to be annihilated. However, neither the god of shadows nor the mother goddess of the forest had the time to pay attention to this loss. Their gazes shifted from their small worlds to the small world opposite them. This kind of opportunity to look directly at another god in a small world was too rare, which made the two gods feel a little strange. Mother goddess of the forest, go into self-exile. The god of shadows said in a deep voice. The god of shadows' voice was like thunder, but after passing through the overlapping area, his voice was suppressed by the laws of the mother goddess of the forest's small world and became less shocking. The so-called self-exile was a god abandoning the small world and entering the space turbulence. This was equivalent to suicide, but it would preserve more soul energy, which was a little more hope than eternal sleep. The god of shadows didn't persuade the mother goddess of the forest to surrender and become his subordinate god. The god of shadows and the mother goddess of the forest knew very well that the god of shadows' ability alone wouldn't be able to support the two gods. No matter how harsh it was to accept the mother goddess of the forest as his subordinate god, at the very least, he had to ensure the survival of the mother goddess of the forest. The mother goddess of the forest naturally knew what the god of shadows was thinking and rebuked him. God of shadows, even if I die, I won't give you a complete small world. The god of shadows was worried that the war would damage the small world. After all, the god of shadows already considered the small world of the mother goddess of the forest his own. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that your small world would have so much faith power. The god of shadows also discovered the difference in the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. The god of shadows sensed the situation of the faith power in the small world of the mother goddess of the forest. It didn't seem like a small world that had just woken up from its slumber. The faith power flowing in the space had formed clouds of faith power. The plants on the ground were also nourished by the faith power and were full of vitality. The god of shadows was a little jealous of the extravagance of the mother goddess of the forest's small world. After these sleeping gods woke up, even if they had excess faith power, they would use it carefully, afraid of wasting a little. From the situation of the mother goddess of the forest's small world, the god of shadows was sure that the mother goddess of the forest had an extremely large reserve of faith power. Without a large reserve of faith power, How could the mother goddess of the forest have the confidence to squander it like this? You want to resist me with this battle power? The god of shadows said with a sarcastic tone. The god of shadows looked at the 52 level 5 world guardians. They were all level 5 world guardians, but the god of shadows had more than 1,000 level 5 world guardians. Their battle power couldn't be compared. Look at the level 5 world guardians of the mother goddess of the forest. They were all like farmers, and the weapons in their hands were also farming tools. According to the mother goddess of the forest's battle power, she had never thought of fighting against a powerful god. Therefore, she didn't use the level 5 world guardians for battle. Instead, she used them for planting. In her opinion, the level 5 world guardians were better at planting than ordinary believers. They could cast some divine spells for her and reduce her workload. Now, when the small world battle was about to begin, this kind of arrangement seemed particularly shabby. The level 5 world guardians of the shadow god fluttered around him, like demons ready to devour humans. On the other hand, the level 5 world guardians of the mother goddess of the forest were like ordinary people who were being bullied. God of shadows, come and try, the mother goddess of the forest said in a deep voice. The mother goddess of the forest wanted the god of shadows to step into her small world and let the demigod Arthur, who was hiding in the small world, attack. Who knew that the god of shadows would only keep talking and didn't take any action. This made the mother goddess of the forest anxious. Mother goddess of the forest, you have to think of the consequences. If you don't take the initiative to exile yourself, I won't let you die so easily. I will torture your soul for 10,000 years. The god of shadows wanted to ensure that he could obtain a complete small world, so he kept threatening. At the same time, the god of shadows was very happy. The harvest this time would be very rich. The mother goddess of the forest didn't speak anymore. She waved her hand and vines appeared. They formed a thick wall of vines outside the overlapping small world. She used her actions to respond to the god of shadows' words. She wouldn't give in. The god of shadows shook his head and helplessly ordered, "Then let's fight!" 1,000 level 5 combat shadows flew out. Even though the mother goddess of the forest was weak, the god of shadows didn't act rashly. He chose to use the level 5 combat shadows to test the strength of the mother goddess of the forest. 1,000 level 5 combat shadows flew into the overlapping area of the too small world. After arriving here, their bodies became illusory. When they entered the small world of the mother goddess of the forest, they completely disappeared. These 5th rank combat shadows entered the shadow space, which was a separate layer of space from the main space. Although the mother goddess of the forest wasn't strong, she was still a deity. The level 5 combat shadows entered her small world. In her small world, all the rules were under her control. The level 5 combat shadows' invisibility had no effect on the mother goddess of the forest. Long vines extended from the wall of vines and grabbed in the void. A level 5 combat shadow was grabbed out of the shadow space. Then, even more vines stretched out and grabbed the level 5 combat shadows from the shadow space. Seeing that invisibility was useless, the level 5 combat shadows also appeared in front of the wall of vines. When they appeared, they triggered a full-force attack. The attacks fell on the wall of vines, and the vines that were attacked were smashed into pieces. Holes appeared in the wall of vines. Some level 5 combat shadows were fast and went through the holes. Some were a step slower, and the vines quickly filled up the holes. The level 5 combat shadows fearlessly rushed towards the mother goddess of the forest. They didn't care about the huge difference in level at all. David, who was invisible on the side, saw everything clearly. Even though these level 5 combat shadows were only level 5, every time they attacked, they carried the power of law from the god of shadows. Even the wall of vines that the mother goddess of the forest used for defense had the rule of the mother goddess of the forest, so the level 5 combat shadows couldn't escape. Whether it was the level 5 combat shadows or the vines, they were all an extension of the bodies of the two gods. Or it could be said that the two small worlds were tightly connected to the divine bodies of the two gods and couldn't be separated. Every attack in the small world carried the rule of the god. The mother goddess of the forest was also a little angry. The level 5 combat shadows attack was too provocative. She waved the staff in her hand, and a row of trees seemed to come alive. The branches were like flexible whips, whipping towards the level 5 combat shadows in the air. David had really seen the combat power of the mother goddess of the forest. Saying that the mother goddess of the forest's combat power was weak was praising her. The ability to control plants was indeed very good, but the problem was that, at the level of gods, what kind of plants could fight against gods? Controlling plants couldn't fight against gods at all. Of course, it was good against weaker enemies. At least a lot of level 5 combat shadows were sent flying by the branches. At this moment, a level 5 combat shadow wrapped around the vines finally couldn't withstand the entanglement of the vines, and the level 5 combat shadow's body collapsed. Although the level 5 combat shadow's body was strengthened by the small world and surpassed a normal level 5, its defense was still a little weak against the rule of the attack. The god of shadow didn't care about the level 5 combat shadow's casualties. With his own small world here, he didn't care about the level 5 combat shadow's casualties at all. Once a level 5 combat shadow died, its soul would automatically return to the god of shadow's small world and be resurrected by the power of faith in the small world. After the resurrection, the level 5 combat shadow's combat power would be restored to its strongest state and continue to fight. This was why the god of shadow wanted to use a level 5 combat shadow to test the combat power of the mother goddess of the forest. A level 5 combat shadow was an immortal existence. At most, it would consume a bit of the power of faith of the god of shadow. Since he was about to get a huge amount of power of faith from the mother goddess of the forest, the god of shadow was still willing to pay for it. But something unexpected happened. After the level 5 combat shadow's body collapsed into pieces, the level 5 soul flew out and was about to return to the god of shadow's small world. With such a short distance, with the speed of a level 5 soul, it could return through the connection between the level 5 soul and the god of shadow's small world in less than a breath. However, after the level 5 soul appeared, it seemed to be affected by some power. It paused for a moment and then disappeared. The god of shadow didn't sense the return of the level 5 combat shadow's soul. He was stunned. Unless it was a god who had a strong understanding of souls, a normal god wouldn't be able to capture the level 5 combat shadow's soul at all. What the god of shadow didn't know was that the shadow attendant hidden in the space layer had already swallowed the level 5 combat shadow's soul. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.